Don't stub your toe again. Oh, here. That looks a little better. The sound of 1,000 cans being canned. Gotta love it. Here. Just figuring out something to play for the background here. All that stuff. Okay. I'll do that. Yeah. Please don't be blasting. Okay, at least it ain't that bad. There we go. Oh, that felt good. Oh. Oh. Oh man, that goddamn felt pretty good. Oof. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, today was definitely a fucking peculiar one. Definitely want to wait for people to file in and stuff to tell it. Because it's definitely worth at least talking about a little bit. It's actually partly why I themed the title the way it is. If I themed the title, at least it is something that might be on the mind. At least this time around there is definitely something on my mind. Outside the usual shit. I'm just gonna clean this little guy out here real quick before I kind of load him up. There we go. Here we go. Alrighty. Man. Ugh. Oh god, look at that. Look at this fucking absurdity. I look like I got like fucking horns or something going on here. You know what? And I kinda dig it. I'm actually kind of okay with that. Cool. Cool. I can dig it. Pull a couple things up that I just kind of have ready to go for later. For things to peruse. There's that thingamaboop. And Doc of the Criminal de Lake MC. What's up, man? Back from San Francisco? Oop. I'm returning if United sucks. Well, yeah, of course United sucks. I mean, I've never been a fan of United. You should have tried to went with Southwest. Was Southwest just not, available? Because honestly, Southwest is actually kind of good. Or wait, I think they're on strike right now, actually. There, just send some here real quick. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright. I don't know why I got United. I got the tickets months ago. Ah, so you got the tickets months ago. Well, I mean, you know, for what Southwest is, you know, for all things considered, like, I do think that's one of the better airlines in the U.S. domestically. Mainly because you can legit kind of sit wherever the fuck you want. And also, like, you know, the stewardesses and the, you know, like, flight attendants that are in the aircraft, like, they actually are pretty decent. I always liked them. Like, I've never been on a flight where, like, you know, I feel like, this is shitty. And the pilots are obviously, you know, not terrible, so they fly the plane smoothly. I also didn't know United sucks. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't fly often, but if I do, it's either Alaskan / Horizon or Southwest Airlines. Mainly because at least those three tend to be, like, fairly okay. Like, I mean, it's the American airline industry, so they're gonna suck to some extent. But at least they suck the least, in my opinion. But they're also fairly regional. Like, I mean, Southwest is the only one that's somewhat national, but it's only really more specific to certain areas. Like, you could get Southwest at some, you know, major airports and shit in different parts of the country, but it's mainly because they're going to, well, the Southwest. Or at least in the tangential areas. And then you got, Horizon and then Alaska. Alaska Airlines is pretty obvious. Pacific Northwest / Canada and Alaska. Maybe parts of the Midwest, but that's kind of where it morphs into Horizon, because, I mean, they pretty much look damn near, like, similar, like, when it comes to just, like, you know, like, there was logos and stuff. Well, not the logos, because Alaska's got that, you know, Inuit guy, but Horizon's got, like, that, you know, the sun around it, or whatever the fuck. Alright, get this boat loaded up here. Get myself a little, finally, decompressed from work today. I actually got a fucking story that I want to talk about from work. It's not really much of a story, but it's just, like, the fucking, just, like, more of the audacity of the situation, you know, more than anything. And it's just like, oof. Motherfuck. It's like literally like a motherfuck situation. It's like, so this son of a bitch decided he wanted to, like, you know, publicly show us, you know, fucking shit. And what that may be, I'll have to tell you. But let me get some more tunes popping up in the background now. And then we can get into that. There we go. Cool. What the hell? Where's my shit at 4%? There we go. Get charging, bitch. I'm gonna eyeball that charging percent. Make sure it bumps up. Because, bruh. Okay, it did. We just went to 5%. Okay, cool. We're in the clear. But anyway, so let me get into my little thing today. So one of my coworkers was on lunch, and it was just me and then one of my other workers who was going to be leaving at 5. So this is like about 4:40 or something about that. And dead ass, you see this dude, you know, walk in, you know, perusing around, and I happen to get a little glance, you know, at his shirt, which is like God Bless America, which is this orange tank top that says that. But then I noticed his fucking arm literally has a goddamn SS tattoo. Like a straight up, like, the Sturmstaffel fucking SS logo. With, like, different fucking Norse runes around it and shit. And it's just like this, so it's just like this literal fucking neo-Nazi fuck. You know, it's just like waltzing in here, you know, with a, you know, openly flexing his fucking Nazi shit. And, like, and I'm just thinking in my mind, it's like, this little fucker is really, you know, not expecting someone to, like, say some shit. Because I was thinking, like, because, goddamn, I just wish I was not on the fucking clock. I just wish I was not on the fucking clock, dude. Audacity of a motherfucker like that to just be walking in publicly. Walking anywhere around in fucking public like that. Fucking pig dog. I mean, it's like, I don't get, like, such a vitriolic, like, militant, like just angerous, like, aggressionary, like, sense, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, like, politics and shit. But when it comes to fascists and fucking Nazis, I do. Like, they're a rare exception where I'm like, nah, there ain't no fucking bridge, there ain't no compromise, I ain't gonna fucking have any consideration outside of this break meat in your face. It's like, that's about as far as it goes when it comes to a fascist or a Nazi. So it's just like, man, ugh. Because honestly, I was half tempted to anyway, just, you know, being on the fucking clock. Just because, like, I mean, I want to give a fuck what happened to me at that point. It's like, hey, I mean, honestly, I'm doing y'all a fucking service by making sure that we openly stand, you know, against fucking Nazis and shit and don't accept them and their money. So, fuck them. Like, if it came up to my department and shit and wanted something, I want to fucking help them. I'd literally, like, either get somebody else to do it or be like, just don't help him. He's a Nazi. You look at it, look at his fucking tats. Don't help him. Like, I just simply say that and be like, I'm gonna go clock off for a little bit and be right back. Wink. Come back with an empty bottle. Whack it over his head. Yeah, actually, hold on. There we go. Man, honestly, just thinking about it now is getting my fucking blood boiling, dude. Got, like, fucking, like, some Nazi pig dog son of a bitch. Just, like, you know, probably lives in the neighborhood, maybe. Or visiting a buddy or some shit. And yeah, it's like, I live in a very, like, you know, progressive, very accepting, safe area, frankly. And honestly, yeah, there's, like, different, like, conservatives and shit like that. I don't see any problem with these type of people. Like I was saying from earlier, like, my vitriol will never be to, like, you know, conservatives or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't like their ideas and I think they're stupid and I'm still gonna poke fun at them and, you know, have the arguments and stuff. But like I said, I just don't have the same vitriol, you know, like I do. When it comes to someone having a literal fucking Sturmstaffel tattoo. Especially when there was, you know, a lot of these different mass fucking shootings have been perpetrated by neo-Nazis. Like the one in Texas literally had fucking SS, big ass SS tattoo on his arm and a fucking swastika on his chest. And it's like, I'm supposed to not have, like, you know, this fucking blood boiling anger. Like, both of my coworkers asked, because when I was talking about it to my other coworker, my other closer came back from his lunch break at the same time, and both of them were just dead ass like, why are you so mad? I'm just like, they're fucking Nazis. Like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you know, the United States, by law, sees them as the enemy of the state, and we should be enforcing that. When the government fails to enforce that shit, we should be calling their ass out. Fucking make them scared to be out in public. I mean, it's just like, I mean, it ain't for just, like, no reason. Because, again, fuck them bitches. Like, fuck those pieces of subhuman shit. And, you know, considering how, like, this type of shit is being, like, slowly more normalized, there's a reason why that fucker was wearing a tank top that said, God bless America, you know, and Not a traditional, like, you know, Old Glory America flag with the 50 stars, like some sort of a fascist one where it had like some sort of insignia where the 50 stars would normally be in. It wasn't an overt Nazi one, it was just like an overtly American nationalist one. I don't know what specifically. It was like an eagle with, I think, like those, like, with the fascismo. And then, like, the arrows. I think it might have been that. So, definitely a more fascistic American piece of symbolism. And wearing, and wearing something that openly shows his fucking Nazi SS tattoos. Like, the guy is advertising and dog whistling shit and walking around, frankly. He never bought anything and he didn't steal anything or nothing. He just walked around the store for a little bit and left. So he only did that just so he can advertise his shit and be like, hey, I'm a Nazi in your neighborhood, what's up? Really, probably just to get a rise out of someone. And you know what? I'd fucking give it to him. I remember what he looks like. He's like some skinhead looking fuck, kind of a geeky looking nerd fuck, you know, has like these dorky ass little square glasses. Doesn't look like he put up a real fucking fight. Looks kind of schlubby, frankly. So I remember his fucking face. I don't know when he comes in again. If a fucker like that really thinks he's safe. In fact, honestly, like the next time, you know, he happens to be flexing that type of shit, I'm actually going to take a picture of it. I mean, face and all. Yeah, don't need to send a bun anymore. Oh, fuck up bun. Let all this be unleashed. There we go. Voluptuousness unleashed. That's what's necessary. The voluptuous. Voluptuous in Maine. I'm still grounded up about that bit, frankly. So I'm probably gonna be reventing about this for a minute. Like, another thing why it just pisses me the fuck off so much is just because, like, someone like me, you know, being autistic, a bisexual queer man, and, like, someone who's, like, antithetical to traditionalism, you know, Christendom, and, like, you know, in any form of racial supremacy. It's like, I literally would be overtly fucking number one to be fucking gassed and killed. A fucking far leftist trade unionist, be like, yeah, dude, I'd be killed right off. I'd probably be killed first before the fucking Jew. I mean, it's like I'd be alongside, next to them. So it's like, I mean, you know, it's all just like a sense of solidarity with this. That's why I get so fucking angry. Send appropriate gift. Oh yeah, throwing some tomatoes. Oh hell yeah, dude. Man, I'd be throwing like fucking hot oil on them. I got fucking fryers that are turned on. I'm being like dead serious. If I was not on the clock, brother, you don't even know how much I'd be popping off. I'll make sure everybody knows too. I'd be yelling, get the fuck out of here, you Nazi scum. I see your Nazi tattoos with that Sturmstaffel SS tat. Everyone's gonna know about that. I'm gonna make that fucking clear. I'll yell that shit. And yell at him to get the fuck out. Like, I mean, I'll make it known for everybody that he's a Nazi. And he's not welcome. Because, like, that's the difference between, you know, like, actually being, you know, tolerant or being, like, uber tolerant of, like, the, you know, to the point where you're tolerant of the intolerant. Like, that's, you know, essentially what it'll look like by fucking praxis. It's like, it's like the gall. Like, the dude literally was wearing a fucking tank top, had his, like, fucking little Nordic Nazi fucking armband tat and shit. The SS being the predominant one right on the front. And then he had, like, some other Norse runes around it. I didn't catch those because that SS fucking tat stood out so fucking much. And the reason why it sticks out so much, because I'm thinking about that Nazi that did that shooting in Allen, Texas. Or wherever the fuck that town was. Like, there's been so many shootings over there, I'm honestly fucking not sure which city it is. But it's one that fucking Nazi did. In fact, that Nazi was, like, literally, like, genetically a Nazi. Like, he literally, when he would do, like, government, like, signatures, he literally had an SS in his signature. Like, he was, like, a Nazi by genetic code. Probably there to check the price of Bud Light. He didn't really go to the beer aisle. Like, he kind of wandered around our department, looked down a few of the aisles, and walked out. Like, I mean, he was only really there just to flex his fucking shit. Like, that was mainly it. Like, he didn't fucking get anything, he also didn't steal anything, he just walked around for a bit and walked out. That was it. Like, no one even said anything to him. I don't think anyone overtly noticed his tats. I was the one that did. I just was on the clock, so I didn't have a way to say anything. Because then I'd get fucking fired or reprimanded or something. Which isn't that fucking funny. It's just like, you know, like, even, yeah, sure, he wasn't really doing anything, but like, is that still something that should be fucking accepted? No. As far as I give a shit, fuck no. It's not just like, you know, some conservative just wandering around with his own MAGA hat or whatever the fuck. That's a Nazi. So, I mean, he's lucky. I mean, someone didn't unconditionally just, like, beat him the fucking shit right in the middle of the store. You deserve it. Fucking sup-even filth-bag motherfucker. Coming around in my goddamn neighborhood in my state. You know, thinking you could just walk around flexing that shit. Motherfucker. I know what he looks like. I dare that fucker to come back. Because even if I am on a clock, I ain't gonna fucking, you know, withhold myself next time. I will fucking say something. If I get reprimanded, so what? I'd be like, you know what, then, if you're gonna reprimand me for it, then I quit. Evidently, you all are willing to defend a fucking Nazi in comparison to a, you know, marginalized queer person. So, fuck you. It's like, I'd just be like that, walk right out. Just not even in 2 weeks at that point. It's like, if they really want to play that fucking ball game. And besides, Nazis have literally been #1 enemies, you know, to the fucking, you know, movement of leftism and labor and queer liberation, like, since day fucking one. So it's like, yeah, like, am I not supposed to be pissed off seeing that shit? I am still fucking pissed off, you know, honestly. Like, legit. It's because I guarantee you probably was either, like, you know, visiting a buddy or probably does live around the fucking neighborhood. And it's like, you know, if you really legit want to fucking, you know, flex your fucking shit, then go to Idaho where you belong, motherfucker. Go to that little potato sack fucking shithole. And you can't even do potatoes right in Idaho. Y'all can't even do potatoes right. So, I mean, it's like, you suck at that, Idaho. You know, the guy who robbed your store before. Every day is Punch a Nazi Day. Exactly, yeah. 100%. Maybe, you know, and also, like, and the thing is, like, you know what really also sticking up my craw about it and what made it a little weird? He only went in there to walk around a little bit, and then walked out. He didn't get anything, didn't take anything. He just walked in and walked, you know, kind of checked the area out a little bit and walked out. Like, knowing these fucking Nazi fucks and shit, you know, especially considering it's Pride Month right now, like, maybe it's conspiratorial, but you think that motherfucker might be planning something? I'm actually being serious. Do you think he might? Speculative. Like, it's only literally just based off speculation, strictly. But I would not put it past that motherfucker to maybe plan some shit to go down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being serious. I'm actually not fucking kidding. Because, like, especially in America, that type of shit can happen literally anywhere. And if you think it wouldn't happen to you, you're a fucking idiot. So it's why I'm actually thinking about that. Because, you know, like, there has been these fucking Nazis that have, you know, shot up grocery stores and shot up fucking, you know, Walmart, shot up different places, you know, and all literally for the avocation of fascistic, Naziistic fucking, you know, Christendom and shit, and all this other garbage. So it's just like, I mean, considering he literally only went in there, walked around a little bit, mostly around the front of the store and just kind of like looking around the edges of the store and then like turned around and walked out, that's suspicious. Like, straight up. It's like, is he like, you know, taking a mental note about where exits are and shit? Because it looked like it to me. So, brother, honestly, like, I'm still, like, pissed off about seeing that fucking Nazi, so I'm ranting off about that. I mentioned it in Telegram, I'm sure you saw that, Harley, but it still got me up a grill. It really do. I mean, I've literally like fought these motherfuckers before already. I mean, back in 2020 and 2021, when the fuck Patriot Front and Proud Boys and shit, when they were making their rounds around here. What, you don't think I had scourgings with them? Of course I did. Yeah, and you know, it's like, I mean, you know, there was times where I, you know, had my, you know, like, really frankly moments of fucking luck. I mean, it's because also I'm smart. I hang around with, you know, groups of people. You know, I'm not, you know, just gonna be, you know, stupid and being alone and just one target. Being in a group makes it pretty easy, especially to bob and weave. And you're just one massive a target instead of, you know, just one. So, honestly, it's just like, I mean, I really legit ain't, you know, like, worried or afraid, you know, to scrap up with these fucking Nazis. I really don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, I most certainly am okay with scrapping up with them. Because I've done it before. What, you think I ain't gonna do it again? I'll do it again 10 times fucking over, even if I got beaten back down. I'll just get back up and fucking pick up some, you know, fucking lead pipe and say, come at me again, bitch. My heart didn't stop yet. I'm still breathing. And I'm a fucking demon, too. You wanna fucking really fuck with someone like that? A demon gonna eradicate your fucking Christian Western world? A little Nazi fuck. That's why they're so scared too, because they know that, like, they're, you know, obviously figuratively and symbolically, there's a lot of us out there that actually are open about, you know, using the element of shock and the element of, you know, taking everything that they're most scared of and shoving it right down their fucking throat and making us squirm like the fucking pigs that they are. This shit goes fucking hard right now. Well, link of video, huh? I'll check that out in a sec. I mean, I gotta let this fucking banger, you know, play out a little bit. Just a little bit. Or a lot of it, actually. Man, I'm honestly still fucking just feeling like really grilled up about that. Like, I'm honestly still like thinking about that right now, because I feel like a lot of it's just more about thinking about what I want to do to that motherfucker more than anything else at this point. But goddamn, dude. Like, honestly, like, I don't have this type of like feeling when it comes to like even like MAGA chuds. Because honestly, especially around here, most of them are just kind of like ignorant and really just kind of dumb. Like, they just don't know better. You know, but you know, it's like it didn't get like some modern conservative or like a NIMBY liberal type or centrist. I mean, you get people that frankly I do find annoying or just kind of stupid or frustrating and shit, for sure. Or at times might actually kind of make me mad a little bit, but I mean, it's like, it's just like not that same type of vitriol. When you got someone who's like, you know, so proud, you know, when it comes to their white supremacy and like having SS Sturmstaffel tattoos and shit, it's like, you're beyond fucking saving. At least, you know, if you're willing to go walk around flexing that shit. Making it known for people. It's like, at that point, like, that's where, you know, like, this whole type of fucking real piss of vigor comes from and shit, I mean. Because they're that fucking, like, arrogantly proud, you know, to be a fucking insecure, subhuman piece of fucking trash. And try to, you know, marginalize and destroy everyone else around them because of it. They literally will make the world burn, you know, because of their fucking ideology. And they try. And are trying. And I wonder who the real fucking heretics are. Or the real fucking demons. It's just like, you got like, you know, symbolic and figurative demons and shit, and then you get like literal fucking demons. And it's like, get knocked down. Get knocked down. Is there a metal version of this song? I wonder if there is. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious if there is a metal version of that. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, alright. Yeah, and now metal. Yeah. Well, there's Tub Thumping. There's a metal version of that. But I don't see a metal version of I Get Knocked Down. Aww. That's sad. Though we'll hear the metal version of Tub Thumping. Bug it. Oh my god, never mind, it actually is! Yeah! Yeah! Dude, turn this up. I mean, this is actually kind of more of like a hard rock punk more than metal, but this fucking slaps. I dig this. This is dope. This is good shit. Oh, Danny boy, Danny boy, Danny boy. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna bring me down. I get knocked down. Dude, there needs to be. Dude, this is dope. There needs to be an instrumental version of this because I actually kind of want to sing over this. This is good. This is good. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Oh, here's the metal. Dude, I'm digging this. Oh! Alright, this is immediately getting a like. It's by Frog Leap Studios. Or, I guess actually Leo Marciulioli? I might be butchering the last name. Yeah, I'll just fucking pull it up. You know, I'm just gonna subscribe. This deserves a subscribe. This is good shit. I mean, it's still going too. We're only halfway through it. Oh, dude, another breakdown. Holy shit. Like, unlike other YouTube, like, covers and shit, like, this is actually like a oh my god, this is a good breakdown. Dude, this is a fucking awesome cover. Holy shit. Dude, this is legit. Oh, Crayfly, what's up, bro? Is that it? Oh. Yep, that was. Hey, dude, that was legit. That was actually a nice, good little 3-minute banger right there. That was, like, legit a fucking banger. Previewed Conspiracy Gauntlet just based on previous one. I thought it looked worse than Matt Walsh Gauntlet. Like, Gorilla 199 made me feel like I was going insane. The Conspiracy Gauntlet really wasn't that bad. It was actually kind of, like, fun. Dude, I kind of wish that was not the preview that they should put out, because they talked for a good fat, like, hour and, like, 20 minutes about the Las Vegas shooting. And, goddamn, like, I really wish they made that the preview. I'm not even kidding, because do you know how bad I was wanting that to be preview so we can actually go in depth about that? Because I've talked about it before, because I think that shit's, like, legit kind of sus as fuck, because there's so many weird things about it, frankly, in my opinion. And because there are, like, legit some strange facts around it. So it's just like, I mean, I really, at least in some of it, you know, it's like, even if it's only, like, you know, a chunk, like, because, would have been really good. Because, yeah, because really the most insane shit was basically, yeah, Gorilla 199. Like, he was really the only thing that I remember, at least, being legit just fucking retardedly insane. Everything else was just stereotypical, like, MAGA nutters, or just, like, random conspiracy theorists, like, you know, flat eartherism, shit like that, or just, like, you know, other random conspiracies and stuff, or just, like, ones that actually are kind of, like, somewhat legit, where they were actually being serious about talking about. So, honestly, the Conspiracy Gauntlet was actually a good one. It was actually, like, at least at that time, like, a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. I mean, they kind of, like, start off bad, you know, like, because of Gorilla 199, but frankly, I mean, after that, it ends up getting a little bit more smoother as time goes on with that one. Like I said, at least in my opinion. It doesn't really get that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's definitely times that are just like, oh god, this is horrible. But, I mean, in comparison to, like, other shit that they've delved into, it really is not that bad. Though I feel like I still think there needs to be a Scotty Kirk Andrew Tate Gauntlet 6 hours by himself. No help, just by himself. I mean, he can use weed, drinks, whatever the hell he wants. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, you know, to help suffice him with the gauntlet, but it has to be 6 hours of Andrew Tate. Like, he needs to. Like, he lucked out. But I don't want that to be a luck out. I just want it to be a delaying of the inevitable for him. Because, let's be real. It's, you know, just... It's going to eventually be inevitability, I feel like. Oh, there it is. I mean, it's like, a little fucking Scotty piece of shit, dude. Just, like, trying to avoid, you know, this whole gauntlet, Bo. It's like, nah, dude. Nah, bro. I ain't about that. I ain't about, you know, just you skipping that shit. That ain't cool. You need to at least, you know, atone for your sins there, sir. Let's see what other little things are going on for the 2 mil. Oh my god. Wait, are there more people shooting Bud Light cans now? Besides fucking Kid Rock? Are you actually serious? Why? Like, man, am I only, like, environmentally, like, conscious, like, gun guy in America? Or something? because I don't use cans for targets. Like, I honestly legit don't. I either use paper targets, melons, and things like fruits and vegetables and shit, which, you know, are biodegradable, or paper, which, you know, if it gets wet and is left out there unintentionally, it just turns to mulch and, you know, biodegrades. Or, you know, steel targets, which I pick up once I'm done with them. So it's just like, I mean, oh my god, like, how hard is it? I mean, obviously, leaving lead around ain't exactly environmental conscious either, but I'm at least, you know, trying to return it by having biodegradable shit out there that I don't have to bring back. It's less stuff for me to return. Also, I pick up my brass and steel. That's another thing, too. And I guarantee you, these weird fucks don't do that either. God, I hate gun culture in this country. As someone that does like guns and has my own level of gun culture interest and shit, I hate gun culture in America specifically. Because, like, other countries and, frankly, like, you know, a minority element about gun culture in the U.S. is actually okay and safe, responsible, advocating, you know, and all this other shit. But holy fucking goddamn, dude, is gun culture in this country just literally insane. I haven't seen it personally, but I have seen, like, on the internet, shirts that say schizo and strapped. Like, having schizophrenia and being literally deranged and like, partially detached from reality and owning a gun are good combinations. And flexing about it, too. It's like, and apparently there's also, like, bumper stickers of that. And other shit, like, it's actual merch. That's so there's, like, some conservative, like, vendor out there selling that shit. It's just like, and people are buying it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, that shit is insane, my guy. Like, I mean, you know, I got, like, I mean, look at my gun safe. I mean, frankly, like, a lot of stickers on here aren't even, like, you know, super gun shit anyway. I mean, it's like, I got, like, you know, some, like, you know, furry stickers on there, unironically, like, random lefty stickers. I actually got a sticker of Lutharo, you know, of the band I saw from when I saw Hailstorm and shit. Some lefty ones. Like, the only one that really is a gun one is that AK Operators Union, Local 4774. And the Trans Workers Take Up Rifles, which my light over there is making it hard to see. Well, it's very blurry, but, you know, it's that blurry amalgamation right there. Oh, and I have an SRA sticker right there, too. So I have, like, literally 3 stickers that are, like, you know, tangentially pro-gun. But they're also, like, lefty pro-gun, like symbolism, too. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, obviously I have an appreciation for shit like that. I mean, I got it safe right there, obviously, you know, blah. And also I got more stickers on the other sides. It's not the only thing that has stickers. But either way, it's just like, I mean, point being, though, it's like, I obviously got an appreciation for the shit, but also, when's the last time I talked about that type of shit? Like, I mean, I don't make it, like, some inherent point that, like, yeah, I'm strapped, boy. It's like, when it comes up, it does, but it's like, I mean, like, right now, but beyond that, it's like, fuck. I mean, honestly, the reason why I don't so much is because YouTube's just a bitch about it. Like, YouTube doesn't really understand, like, you know, guns, frankly, and, you know, for at least one thing I do kind of agree with gun channels on YouTube is that, yeah, YouTube's TOS about firearms is stupid. Like, I mean, you can't, like, you literally can't show reloading of a firearm, like, when it comes to exchanging a magazine. YouTube won't, like, YouTube will actually, like, ding you, or even maybe take your video down for that. And it's like, what? It's like, how does that even make sense? You would think it'd be more logical to take a video down of someone shooting it, instead of, like, just having it there, or, like, it's just their TOS is stupid with it. I mean, you know, I could go on about that, but either way, it's just like, it's just dumb. Culture in this country is so stupid and insane. And I guarantee you, like, half the fucks, you know, that are, like, you know, psycho insane about this shit don't even have a gun safe like that. They probably got, like, some cabinet that, you know, all they have to do is just literally open the door and it's like, whoa! And then you got, like, 8 quadrillion guns inside of it. They probably got literally a walk-in closet for it. Which that is, it's, unless, like, they're a collector and they're specifically collector items and shit, then that's freaky. Because personally, I wouldn't mind being a collector myself, but, I mean, you know, like, goddamn. It's just like, Jesus Christ, some people are just, like, too crazy about it. Here. Let's see if we have seen any of these before, actually.
yourself buying Bud Light.
Okay, we got a guy. Wait, what's he saying here? Hold on, let's go to the beginning here and turn this up just so we can hear everything.
Very, very dangerous thing to film yourself buying Bud Light right now, but it's for a good reason. Bud Light is going to pay us to have target practice with their cans of beer. It's amazing. It's either a rebate on Bud Light right now, and if you buy a pack of Bud Light that is 15 cans or more, I'm going to get $15 back. So effectively, Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch are going to pay me for target practice. Pretty great deal.
Dude, you're paying more for the fucking case of beer than the money you're getting back. Oh my god, this guy's an idiot. Are you serious? Does he actually think he's owning Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch? My guy, you're a fucking moron. Like, seriously? Like, it costs more money to fucking, you know, like, it costs literally more money altogether to go to the range, to get the ammo, and buy the ammo. Ammo ain't cheap, unless, it, you know, like, it just ain't cheap, okay? It's not cheap. Unless it's like a 22 or something, then, you know, like, good luck. And also, I guarantee you that what looks like what might be like either a 18 pack or maybe a 24 pack, probably an 18 pack possibly, that's gonna cost you probably like 20 something dollars or some shit, maybe, or like maybe like 19, 18 bucks plus taxes if your state has got shit like that, like, you know, a bottle tax or something. You know, my state has 10 cents, so for every bottle it's 10 cents added to it. So it's just like, I mean, you got that shit going on there. So you're spending way more fucking money for your little weird video and shit. And plus also you're paying someone, you know, to be your cameraman, and you probably are paying an editor too. So you're also paying for people's, you know, work, you know, to make your video for you. You know, at least it's some part. And yet you get $15 from Anheuser-Busch though. And it makes up for all the expenses for everything else somehow. Yep, you really owned Anheuser-Busch of that one there, bro. You really owned them. You really owned them libs. You owned the woke agenda with this one, brother. Totally owned them, bro. Owned.
Wait.
I am feeling so owned right now.
Actually buying Bud Light? What a sucker, dude.
He is a fucking sucker, man. I mean, what a nub. Dude, we haven't even got to the actual target practice and shit yet. We're just, like, seeing him be a fucking... He, like, openly stated that he was a moron, basically. It's like, I'm an idiot and getting 15 bucks back after, like, hundreds and hundreds of dollars I, you know, used for expenses. Oh, let's not even, you know, forget the fact that he had a car driving around using gas money because, you know, gas ain't cheap either. Like, oh my god, what a schmuck, dude. And depending on what state he's in, he probably got a sales tax. So there's that too. Like, my dude. Fucking schmuck.
Free advertising on their rebate program. And also got him to fucking buy the Bud Light. Conservatives are so stupid. No. Conservatives are too stupid, dog. There's no fucking shot. He's literally just like highlighting the discount that you get for buying Bud Lights right now.
This is cheaper than ammunition.
No shit. Oh my god. Yeah, well, he proves my point about the ammo thing, by the way. Like, I don't know what guns he's going to use. I'm assuming it's going to be like some 5.56 or something, right? Or 2.23. He's probably going to use an AR-15. He's probably going to have a shotgun, so maybe a 20 or a 12 gauge. Like, 12 gauge is pretty, you know, like, all over the place. I mean, you can find, you know, 12 gauge, you know, that's like, you know, $12 a box, but you can also find them that are like 40 bucks a box. And by the way, a box, you know, can vary between 25 to 15 shells, give or take, depending. And if you get like something like slugs, then it's usually about 5 in a box, and those cost about like, you know, $30-something too, because, you know, fuck you, that's why. And, you know, but you know, it's like basically the only things, you know, ammo wise that would actually be legitimately cheap would basically be 12 gauge and 22, unironically. Like, I mean, I every now and then I'll go to Sportsman's just to check out the ammo selection there, just to kind of see what the prices are like. It's shit is fucking ridiculous. Like, I might find some stuff that's actually kind of cheap, depending on the brand or the caliber and stuff, but most of the time, shit is fucking ridiculous.
Letting you know, like, Yingling is going full bore on the Let's Go USA.
Yingling? Dude, I keep seeing Yingling around. I need to try some. I saw a guy at work who was ordering some meats that had a Yingling t-shirt. Like, I'm just like subliminally being told, go buy a Yingling pack or something. Go buy a 6-pack of Yingling and try it. Try out the Yingling lager. Cause evidently is there something about Yingling? I remember TJ even on Onion Nuggets on Friday, he was drinking like a whole thing of Yingling, and even people in the chat then were saying, yeah, that shit's actually good. So apparently the stuff's actually good. Like I actually haven't seen it. I don't know if I've just never observed it, but I'm gonna keep an eye out for this next time because I actually do want to try this because apparently there's something to this. Apparently it tastes good. So.
Wait, what? This is like they've always had this. Yingling's like entire fucking distinguishing premise from Bud Light is that it's not owned by fucking Anheuser-Busch. To be fair, it's not a discount. Bud Light is losing money on this. Yeah, I think that's what they should do. You're right. People should go out and buy extra Bud Light to make them lose money. Also, Yingling has their own like Pride sponsorships and shit like that.
RWB, this is a veteran organization. Yingling knows what time it is. American beer, right here.
Oh my god, are all the conservatives going to Yingling now? I'm just gonna, assume Hassan's right because it's a corporation, they don't give a fuck about this shit. Like, they're gonna use some rainbow capitalism, they're also gonna use, like, oh yeah, we're patriot capitalism, basically. Yeah, we're patriotic, type of, like, iteration of capitalism, essentially. So it's like, I'm not surprised. I really am not. Like, I guarantee you if it wasn't Bud Light, like, I guarantee there's, like, some other universe where pretty much, like, everything is about relatively the same, but instead of Bud Light doing Dylan Mulvaney thing, which wasn't even a sponsor, it was really just, like, sending her, like, a commemorative, like, 6-pack or some shit. It was like literally something like that. And basically, it's like in some alternate universe out there, everything's relatively the same, except, Bud Light doing it, it was Yingling. And all these conservatives would be freaking the fuck out over Yingling right now instead. But, what's even more funnier? Is that Bud Light's unironically had openly fucking rainbow cans that you can get at the store and shit in times past and years before, but no one complained about it being woke then. It like, this is why I just hate these conservative weirdos. Because I literally would never know about Dylan Mulvaney if it wasn't for the fact they freaked the fuck out and were triggered over her. I'm not even kidding. Conservatives and this whole woke bullshit is the reason why I know the name Dylan Mulvaney and know who she is. Like, I would never know who the fuck she was if it wasn't for these weird conservative chuckle fucking morons. Like, seriously. This is why I don't have the same vitriol, like, that I have with these fucking morons, in comparison to that fucking Nazi I was thinking about earlier and shit, which in the back of my mind still grinding my gear a little. but it's like, it's why I don't really have the same vitriol, because these people are just fucking dumb. They're just fucking morons, most of the time. A lot of them are just like, just caught up in the fucking thick of it and are just fucking stupid and don't know better. Like, a lot of these fuckers really, this guy is probably legitimately one of those type of dorks. Or just a grifter, just grifting people. It's like one or the other. Like, and honestly, a lot of these type of fucking idiots really are just like that. This guy's probably smart and actually has got, like, a whole scheme going on, because I think this guy might be a grifter. More of a smaller time grifter, but nonetheless, he still is. But, like, for every one of these type of people, there's, like, 100 fucking yokel chuckle fucking idiots that, don't know better. It's like, straight up. Yeah, we'll check that out after, No Wonder Jack went around murdering you limey fucks. Here, we'll check that out after this. This is not super long, but I keep talking over it, or, pausing it, so, here, I'll just let it play for at least for a bit here.
He just said Yingling is actually amazing. It's so funny. It's literally
well,
just
maybe it is
the same piss, but whatever.
My career as a conservative commentator. These shots are effectively blackmail, and I will never recover from this.
He's never gonna recover from this? Really?
Dude, he's doing the meme. He's doing the I'm reading a copy of Mein Kampf in public, but also very audibly groaning so the people around me understand that I don't agree with it. He's doing that right now. He's like,
It's like, oh God, I'm only doing this because reasons. I actually don't agree with this. Dude, look how many packs he has. Like, dude, how many fucking Bud Light cans? How many fucking cases did you buy, you fucking schmuck?
I hate this. Hey guys, I hate this. I had to buy all this Bud Light.
This is enough to end a man's career. Thankfully, it's early in the morning. And no one's filming me, walking around with 120 cans of Bud Light.
Wow, you are so funny with your commentary there, bro.
After picking up our free targets, we headed over to Clearwater to meet firearms
They're not fucking
experts at our
free.
favorite gun range.
Like, what are you talking about? They're not free, you idiot. You bought them. Like, you literally fucking bought them, you dipshit. They're not free. Like, you spent more money doing all this than you got money back, you fucking idiot. Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
Welcome to the Wyoming Antelope Club. Bud Light has kindly and generously provided us a rebate on their products, so they have paid for our ammunition and for our targets today.
Why?
No, they didn't pay for anything, you idiot. Like, oh my God, dude. This guy is just, like, dude, I shudder to think how many fucking weird conservatives are like, yeah, he got Bud Light on this one, got paid by them, and even then, I don't even know if that would even work.
Making it seem like buying a fucking 15... Wait, what? You were not able to fucking purchase bullets with the amount of money back that you got in a rebate from Bud Light. That is...
I mean, yeah, you could, but not a lot. Not enough for range day, that's for fucking sure. I would know because I've had to save up, and slowly but surely over at least like a month or so time, stock up on ammo just for one fucking, 3 or 4 hour time in my redneck range out in the fucking foothills. I mean, Jesus Christ, my dude. Like, it's why does he think that, getting, how many cases was that? 5, 6? Like, $15, times 6. So you got, 30, 60, so $90? Okay, you might be able to have range day with that, but guess what? That's going to be an hour worth of range time. Not really that much, my dude. Come on, bro. My God. Is this fucker seriously for real? It's, I guess, because take it from a lefty that actually goes to the range and actually owns some guns and shit. I do know about, ammo prices and shit. And, yeah, it's expensive. And $15 times 6, or maybe at most 7 cases of fucking Bud Light ain't gonna rebate that for fucking dick. Especially if he has his buddies with him. What, is he gonna be the only one shooting? Fuck no, he ain't. His buddy's gonna be there too. So he's gonna buy probably 3 times more than he probably normally would, just so he can use all of it for his buddies. So yeah, he did not get rebate or get paid back for any of this shit. He spent way more money doing all this old weird, shtick than anything else.
You lie.
We are joined by Jillian from Mad Dog Armory, who will talk...
And oh my God, see, now you got some, chick who's at the armory, and what is that? That's a KSG. Okay, so what, you're using 12 gauge? That's a KSG. It's actually kind of a cool shotgun, but, okay, really? Even then, bro, you did not rebate that ammo at all, or the time to rent that, because obviously you don't own it, so you had to rent that as well. You had to pay money to rent the fucking thing as well, and that costs a lot of money. So, dude, what a schmuck. He really thinks he's yep, I got paid for this by Bud Light. It's no, you didn't. You went out of your own pocket, bitch.
What we're shooting today.
What do you think you're fucking fooling?
So today we are shooting the KSG shotgun 12 gauge.
I love how I actually legit knew that shit. It's actually a really cool shotgun. It's, I think, a double barrel, and it's like a forward pump. So you pump forward and shit. It's a weird design, but it's pretty cool. It's actually a pretty cool firearm for what it is.
So shooting the SIG MPX pistol.
And of course, there's this. Wait, that's a pistol? That's not a pistol.
millimeter with a hollow sun red dot. And then we're also shooting the...
There's nothing funnier than Benny Johnson.
So if they're using, okay, so 9 mil, 12 gauge, and I'm assuming the next thing's gonna be 5.56. Yeah, I paid for any of that. Like, oh my god. What a fucking charlatan. Like, I mean, I guess there's a perk, you know, for being a lefty gunner, because I really do know some of the ins and outs about, like, you know, the prices about this type of shit. But I ain't rebating none of it. I'm just gonna really hammer that down, because, like, he really emphasized that, like, Bud Light paid me for this, and I'm making a sacrifice as a conservative commentator over this, brother. It's like, no, you're not. I mean, I guess the sacrifice is that you paid out of pocket, and you got, like, $90 back out of it. Like, good job. Like, congratulations. You paid for, like, 1/10 of the fucking ammo you wasted over fucking beer cans, which the poor people at this fucking gun range have to clean up, by the way, you asshole. Like, you fucking dick. You realize that, you know, this lady and probably a few other people have to fucking, you know, go out in that range at the end of the day and clean all that up. And also waste everyone else's time, because they probably can't, you know, just wait. They probably want to clean it up immediately once you're done doing your fucking photo shoot / shooting. So, you know, they can not have it all sticky and smell up the place. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, you couldn't go to some outdoor range. You went to an indoor one, you fucking asshole. I mean, have some courtesy, you fucking piece of shit. Like, seriously, at least have a little bit of courtesy. I mean, honestly. I mean, it's like, if you're gonna do this stupid fucking stunt, at least do it, like, outside or something, where no one gives a fuck. Alright, these are, like, some Facebook memes. We'll check these really quick. There's a love boomer here, mommy. Took my kids to the park, and they asked me, are those your kids? I said, no, ma'am, I work for a condom company, and these are customer complaints. What the fuck? Saw this immediately realized, and hope it was my butt. Miss the days when this is the only competition amongst my boys nowadays. It's all about money, cars, and women. What? So the competition of trying to piss on yourself because you have a weird water sport piss fetish? Conservatives really like to project their insecurities way too much, do they?
Literally doing the same dumb bullshit that he does in every video.
That one was weird as fuck. I mean, yeah, because that one's kind of low-key implying, like, some water sports kinks. Like, unironically, that really struck me. It's like, alright, whoever posted that definitely got a water sport kink. They're into that. I mean, it's weird, you know, and frankly, I mean, out of all the kinks, it really isn't the worst kink out there. I mean, it's odd. It is kind of gross a little bit, you know, but it's like, hey, you can wash that off, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're in the shower, too. You know, it's like, it's not the worst thing, frankly. You know, it's pretty gnarly. It's like, get that away from me. But, I mean, I am more repulsed by other kinks, frankly. I mean, there's other kinks that are just way more repulsive in my mind, personally.
Accidentally convincing conservatives to buy Bud Light. Benny Johnson just...
I mean, just you know, at least on the spectral, like, level of cringe and repulsiveness, you know, like, that one's kind of, like, in the middle. And there's, like, a lot that are, like, way down there, you know, so it's, like, and there's plenty of them that are just kind of, like, you know, they're just neutral, who gives a shit. I mean, it's not there, it's in that, like, kind of middle, like, you know, kind of level, but anything lower than that, you know, it's, like, you need not delve into bowels of the degeneracy and sin that lies down beneath, where the furries fall on totem pole. Honestly, in the neutral zone. Because, like, furries are kind of, like, a more of a general thing. Like, I mean, because there's a lot of furries that are into water sports. I'll be honest with that. There are some that are into that. But there's also a lot of furries that are into things like BDSM. There's a lot of furries that are into, like, you know, just other kinks and shit. I mean, you know, like, furry in itself isn't inherently, like, a kink. I mean, it can be. But, I mean, it's kind of like a catch-all, more or less. Like, I mean, it's kind of just a general thing. So it's just kind of in the neutral zone because of that. I mean, that can spread down to the lower levels, just depending on, like, how deviant or how, like, at least in my opinion, the levels, you know, here, you know, like, where the deviant kingdom goes into. And there's a level repulsive where I'm like, I mean, you do you, bro, but get away from me. Get that away from me, please. It's like, I don't want anything to do with that. You know, but Because there definitely are some furries that delve into that route and delve into those Mariana Trench of vice and sin, and I'm just like, nope, not going to join you with that. I'd rather be up here in the middle of the ocean, just kind of in the middle zone, you know, where not at the ocean floor, not at the surface, you're just kind of in that nice little middle zone. You still got the sunlight peeping through down below, you kind of see the ocean floor a little bit, maybe, depending on, you know, how close you are around that, you know, but, you know, just in that nice little sweet spot. I like the sweet spot. That's kind of where I feel like I lie, in that little sweet spot.
Lied and said that, like, you will get your money back and then some, so much so that, like, you can buy bullets, which are significantly more expensive. Shout out to Biden in America. I love that. He's, like, effectively selling Bud Light to his conservative audience.
The MP5, which is full auto. It's going to destroy some cans. And don't forget the Desert Eagle.
Oh my god! What the fuck? And also, why is it gold-plated? Oh my god, what a fucking LARPy bitch. And dude, that's 50 AED, like AEP. Or like, fucking, like, dude, I mean, it says it right there, 50 Action Express, you know, shit. It's 50 AE, which it's not like a traditional 50 caliber like you would think from a Barrett M82. Like, it's, you know, I mean, you can see the cartridge right there. It's a fat fuck. That is not cheap. That's expensive as shit, dude. Like, $15 might cover, like, half a box, yeah, of ammo for this. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, really? Oh my, like, the more that they show off, the more I'm convinced that Bud Light didn't pay for dick.
Tiger Stripe in 50 AE. Beautiful firearm there, unicorn, and we're gonna take out some Bud Light cans.
Go woke, get smoked, Bud Light. It's gonna be fun.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Go woke, get smoked. He's so stupid.
Oh wait, we didn't, you know, hey, you didn't show off the 357. Hey, you didn't say anything about the 357.
The challenge should be to stop buying this stuff. Period. Watching the shelves stay full and expire without being purchased is a lot funnier than shooting cans of Bud Light you got for free. You actually did Anheuser-Busch a favor by removing their unsold cases without them paying its vendors to remove.
Damn, dude. Dude, even his audience are fucking on him for it.
Keep the boycott going and let the shit rot on the shelf. You shouldn't have done this. Every case and can should remain on the shelf as a metaphorical tombstone until they're all expired and have to be disposed out like the trash it is. The video has 2.4 thousand dislikes.
God.
Bad move. Giving them PR and helping them clear out their shit. I am disappointed.
I am disappointed.
Exactly a boycott if you're buying the beer, whether you drink it or not. Oh my god, they're so mad at him.
Dude, they're actually mad at him, bro. Dude, this didn't even work. He tried to grift and it failed miserably, thinking, oh, well, they're paying me, lol. Which one? No, the hell they're not. I already knew that right off the bat, just based off the guns they were listing off. And his audience is already just like, also like butthurt. Like, they're also just like, what? You bought it? What the fuck, bro? We're supposed to not buy it. We're boycotting it, period. Fuck you. What the hell? We're not even gonna use it as target practice.
God, he's so fucking stupid. Why do you...
Dude, he looks like such a fucking nerd. Oh my god. Dude, this is why I hate the gun culture in this country, bro. I mean, you know, it's all fun if you want to shoot the KSG or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, whatever. Like, you know, have fun with that. But, like, this is so fucking nerdy, dude. Like, oh my god, what a dork, bro. Like, what? Dude, in the music, too, bro. It's just the same riff over and over again. Oh my god, dude. This is the most nerdiest, dorkiest fucking thing. Dude, like, are just, like, these weird conservatives, are they just, like, secretly nerds, but they couldn't fit in with any nerd group, so, like, guns are their nerd thing? Is that what really is going on here? Because this is, like, some nerdy fucking shit, bro. The problem is, it's fucking dangerous. Like, that's the problem. Like, their nerddom is actually, like, dangerously scary sometimes because they're stupid. So it's like, oh man, dude, my god, they really treat this like some nerdy fucking shit. Like, I expect this, like, level of editing out of, like, you know, some D&D fucking, like, you know, shit or something, or maybe, like, you know, some Warhammer, like, fucking, like, you know, where you got all, like, the little troops around and shit like that, you know, like one of those fucking, like, crazy-ass maps or whatever. I expect, you know, some shit like that with this. Or, like, you know, you got, like, the cool little RC tanks or something on a big fucking battlefield or whatever the hell. Or, like, airsoft or something. Like, I mean, I expected shit like that. Not this. I mean, it's like, my lord.
God, he's so dumb. It's so funny.
Well, yeah, obviously you're gonna shoot and hit every single one of those cans. You got a shotgun, like, you ain't impressing anybody there, brother. Oh, we got the impact shot. Oh, shit.
Watch this fucking nerd ass shoot Bud Light.
At MPX. And I'm like, yeah, like, how in the fuck is that a quote pistol? I think it's only because, like, legally under ATF standards that is because it's less than a 16-inch barrel. That literally is probably the reason why, which it is a little dumb, because that's not a pistol. That's like a carbine. Like, it's a SBR. Like, I mean, it's a short-barreled rifle carbine. Like, I mean, just in a pistol cartridge. Like, that's not a pistol. Like, fuck, bro. What a fucking nerd, dude.
Go woke, get smoked.
Dude, he keeps showing guns that he didn't even, like, show off. Like, he just has some random, like, fucking Winchester 12 gauge now. Yo, yeah, he's showing that box now.
That's why I had to walk.
Oh, yeah, I feel... Oh, wait! That's the end of the video. Wait, hold on. He didn't even show the Desert Eagle? Dude, he even clickbaited us. Dude, like, there was no eagle going on. There was no deagle. Like... Straight up. Oh my god, it's the rap too. It's that rap dude. Oh my god. All I really wanted to see this fucking nerd. And my god, like, he didn't even show off all the guns. Like, the only one I think he showed was the MPX and KSG, and that was it. He didn't show off the other ones. So, like, oh yeah, we're gonna use these things, and, like, half the video's not even gonna show it. It's like, what a fucking nerd. Like, wow, bro, what a clickbait fuck. What a clickbaity little fuckwad, bro. What a shit. And plus, I feel bad for the workers that have to clean up that fucking gun range now, because they're gonna have a bunch of sticky-ass, smelly fucking Bud Light, you know, all over the floor, and, like, all over their fucking, like, walls, the ceiling. Oh, the ceiling, too. How are they even gonna get that? Oh, my God. It's gonna, like, create mold. Dude, that's, like, actually gonna create a health hazard, like, unironically. Like, what a fucking piece of shit. Like, he's actually, like, an uncourteous douchebag, honestly. Like, if you're gonna do that with Bud Light cans that you haven't even opened, do it outside, in the grass, you fucking nub. It's like, I mean, don't do it inside where that shit will, like, get moldy and fucking create, like, you know, fucking mold spores in the fucking place and shit. Like, you fucking shit. What a dick. Oh my god, you know what? Hold up, Rip City. Hold this thought. I actually want to talk about this, but you know what? We're gonna wait on that because I want to get to Rose's link, and then we'll check that out. Wait, was that the one? Oh wait, no, here it is. Oh wait, Rose actually sent the link. No, this is the thing. Rose sent the same shit. Yes, we are going right into it, Rip. We don't even have to wait. We're going right into that shit, baby. Let's go.
So even if you've been living under a rock lately, I'm sure that it has been nearly impossible to not notice the sheer level of vitriol when it comes to any and everything related to LGBTQ+. And just to kind of show you how bad it is, many large...
Now I'm just imagining this fish just, you know, like Mike has transcended into this queer fish, and now he's just speaking to us ethereally for this fish.
Multinational corporations are choosing to not cash in on rainbow capitalism as they usually do. As anti-fascist Turtle points out, as much as I hate rainbow capitalism, it's honestly a scary reminder of the times ahead that companies don't find us profitable enough to do their usual pandering bullshit anymore.
Which, I mean, for me personally, I mean, it's just like, I don't really, yeah, I guess it is in a sense because, like, it does kind of show a little bit about the social zeitgeist of things, but I mean, they're corporations. Like, they're literally only doing what's best for their fucking top dollar. Like, they don't give a fuck one way or the other. I didn't give a, like, because the thing is, like, last year, like, I guarantee you this, the same person, anti-fascist turtle or whatever, like, I guarantee you last year they were talking about, like, look how much they tried to pander with their fucking capitalistic bullshit, blah, 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 like, because, like, I mean, because they're kind of saying it now, as much as I hate it, but, like, I mean, should we really give that much of a shit? Like, because they're not really the root problem when it comes to, at least, the overall marginalization and stuff going on. I mean, they kind of create that issue just because they lobby a lot of politicians and usually invest and lobby a lot of, into social issues and stuff as a way to make it red herring so they can continue running away with the top fucking dollar and shit. But, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, this specifically, they're not really the core problem here.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean, in a sense of, like, being directly the, like, oh, yeah, we are causing the social issues. Like, they're not really. The fascist far-right freakazoids are. They just happen to boost their shit, when they lobby the politicians that, boost those voices.
I never stated that these corporations were our friends, because they don't really care about anything other than profit. But this really is a pretty troubling sign. And this is all happening in part because of fierce opposition by organized fascists like Matt Walsh, who tweeted back in May, the goal is to make pride toxic for brands. If they decide to shove this garbage in our face, they should know that they'll pay a price. It won't be worth whatever they think they'll gain. First Bud Light and now Target. Our campaign is making progress. Let's keep it going.
Which, I mean, it really isn't. I mean, I guess in a sense it is. It's supposed to like it is, but it isn't. Like, on one hand, Bud Light ain't suffering, really, over their weird cancellation of Bud Light or whatever the fuck. And Target ain't either. Like, honestly, like, I think Target's been suffering for, like, a while now, even outside of this shit. So it's like, even if Target is suffering right now, they've been probably, like, suffering for quite a while anyway. I've always heard that they've been, like, struggling to keep, like, a lot of their brick-and-mortar stores up, for, like, years now. And COVID's, like, helped exacerbate that issue. So it's like, Target's already been struggling for a while anyway. So it's like, they're just going after, like, a weak lamb at that point, that's just, like, lacking from the herd, in a sense. So if they really think they're going to get any success, and, like, take a W out of Target, they're kind of mistaken with that one. At their prices, I'm not surprised. I know there's a Target at the mall that's near me, but I don't go to it, honestly. I mean, if I go to the mall, it's literally to go to the movie theater, or maybe, like, some of the little nifty, like, artsy stores that are in there and shit like that. Like, I don't really, like, go to the mall for really anything. Like, and if I go, like, outside of, honestly, at this point, it's basically just a movie theater. Like, it's, like, to go there to go check out some movies and shit. And usually I have a little routine, like, because it's in the food, like, the movie theater's in the food court area at the mall. Like, I'll go to the Taco Time, grab some of those, like, crispy, like, bean burritos, like, those, like, basically those, like, gigantic Crispitos things. Or, like, those gigantic taquitos. And then, just, like, grab, like, 3 or 4 of those, put them in, like, a coat pocket of mine, and then just, like, go into the theater, grab a little bit of popcorn, grab a gigantic fat soda, and just, just feast out. Just, like, have a little meal, basically, and then have some popcorn. It's actually kind of a vibe. Like, I got a little routine when I go to theaters. It's fun.
Loathsome as that individual is,
which confirms the point that I don't go to Target at the mall.
Deny the success of this campaign. I mean, we have been systematically out-organized by fascists in every conceivable way, and the lies that they're spreading about queer people are actually taking hold, as frightening as that sounds. For example, LOL Overruled on Twitter shared this screenshot of a blue check user responding to another blue check user burning a pride flag, and they stated, as if it were a matter of fact, that a majority of trans people are attracted to kids.
Yeah, see, the LGBs who aren't tied up in the T's plus don't deserve to be treated that badly. Just the ones who are attracted to kids, which is the majority of T's. Burn trans flags will, and we will come to agreement. Oh my god. I hate this weird, like fucking division even within the queer community. Like, cause there are, like, more conservative, leaning, LGBT, like, people, like, whether gay, lesbian, or bi, who will unironically be like, nah, trans people are actually kind of bad. So, I mean, you got, like, people like fucking, like Dave Rubin being like that. At least that's, like, a pretty big name, right? Well, pretty irrelevant these days. But nonetheless, I mean, they also got, like, what is it, like, Gays Against Groomers, that organization and shit. I mean, it's like you got different organizations that are, ostensibly say they're LGB, but they purposely take the T out because they think, oh, that's just like a pedo narrative or some shit. Which they don't even fucking realize that the whole LGB part of things back in the 70s and 80s were literally lumped into the same fucking shit. Like, it was like, nah, gay, lesbian, bisexual people are deviant pedo fucks and shit. Like, I mean, it was literally no different, like, not that long ago. Like, 40 and 50 fucking years ago. Like, that shit, I mean, and now it's just reaping his fucking head around again. But they can't really necessarily do that with gay, lesbian, or bisexual people. So now they're, normalized enough to where they don't necessarily get that scorn as much anymore unless they're pro-trans, essentially. Or, like, very overtly pro-queer, basically. And, and if they are, then they basically will. But, the majority of, this whole fucking scapegoating now is just on trans people. And anyone who's, like, openly an ally to them, essentially. Which also includes the majority of fucking queer people and LGBTQ abroad. Like, I mean, this idea and narrative that there's, like, an LGB is just fucking bullshit. That's just literally a fucking conservative fucking pandering psyop bullshit.
Now, this...
Like, the majority of fucking, lesbian, gay, or bisexual people are pretty overtly pro-trans and shit. Like, you got your outliers for sure, but that's kind of the thing, though. They're outliers.
Is being reinforced online with photoshopped images like this.
Yeah. Fake news. Got an old man, at a gay rally or something. And one day, for no reason at all, people voted Hitler into power. What the fuck? Which, I guess it's photoshopped because, like, the dude doesn't even have, like, that on his shirt. Which I guess this trans kid's sexy, which... Oh, whoops.
Attempting to pedo jacket this random gay man, and also tweets from accounts posing as allies have been gaining a lot of attention, like this one where somebody pretends as if MAPS are part of the LGBTQ community. And for those of you who are unaware, MAPS is an acronym for pedophiles that stands for minor attracted person. They are not part of the LGBTQ plus community.
I mean, no shit. Because guess what? Being like a pedophile is not exactly like a normalized or like something that yearns for, quote, liberation when it comes to sexual orientation. That's something that's important and fucked up and should not be accepted. Like, period, and no matter what. Like, I mean, and honestly, this whole map thing is literally just like a weird 4chan / like Twitter psyop by conservative fucking psycho weirdos that want to try to think that, like, or by legitimate pedos too, by the way, like legitimately who openly will say they are, which how they're not cracked down on, I don't fucking know, but they are, like they're out there. It will literally try to advocate and push this type of weird fucking narrative and try to, like, like shoehorn their way into, like, the LGBTQ community by saying, well, except us, please. It's like, fuck you, you fucking disturbed freak. It's like, nah. It's like, I mean, you should be fucking institutionalized so we can do psychological studies so we can, figure out why fucking weirdos like you are the way you are so we can minimize that from, happening in people in the future. And beyond that, it's like, you could give a fuck what happens to you. As far as I give a shit. Fuck you, fly. Eh. Saw a fly chilling there now that, like, fuck that ass up. I mean, honestly, that's just, like, my position with pedos. Like, I'm not, like, all about the capital punishment thing about them. Just institutionalize them, keep them separate from, a lot of other people, and just, like, study their fucking brain, inside and out. And, so we can look at, especially, like, when it comes to their upbringing, and when it comes to, like, their brain, see why and how and, like, what type of, ticks or markers or things to look out for to minimize, these type of things, from developing in people, so they don't feel like they're a map or some shit. Beyond that, You know, it's like, you know, frankly, at that rate, you know, like, I don't give a fuck what happens to him. But just because of that, you know, notion alone, because, you know, I want to minimize harm, especially towards, you know, kids, legitimately, I think, you know, at least doing some psychological study, you know, on the ones that we do have in prison or institutionalized should most certainly be fucking, you know, like, studied further so we can look out for these type of things more. You know, so it's just like, and also be able to try to catch these things early on so we can avoid, you know, people, you know, potentially developing to be like this as well. Because, I mean, it's not necessarily just genetical and neurological factors, but there also are environmental factors. It's also a sad fact that a lot of people who are, you know, pedophilic are, you know, were victims of it themselves. So it's just like, I mean, there also needs to be, you know, a cut, you know, off from the same fucking reciprocal cycle. I mean, it's not always the case that happens, but, I mean, in a lot of cases, that is, you know, part of why, you know, some people are pedophilic in nature, honestly, is because they were victims of it themselves. Because in their little social cliques, whether their family or their church, especially, you know, and or some other environments, you know, they were taught to some degree that it's okay. And that's a part of it, like a major part of it. And, I wonder where a lot of these things tend to be major fucking problems. I was mentioning them earlier. Like, frankly, like, in your own, like, when it comes to family and shit, or the churches. Like, frankly, those are, like, the two big things where, you know, a lot of these, you know, abuses in kids happen. It's like you got some weird fucking sleazy, disturbed uncle, or you got a pastor that likes to diddle the kids and stuff during summer camp, you know, for church.
And this is a lie right here. And I think that most people know that this whole gays or pedophiles smear is just a smear. But I mean, you can't not notice how loud the bigots have gotten. And on the very first day of Pride, Maps was trending on Twitter in an obvious attempt to get unassuming users to think that the LGBTQ plus community is supportive or inclusive of pedophiles, if not just pedophiles themselves. And I think that, for the most part, this idea that gay men are pedophiles has been largely disproven by the majority of people, but
Man, I feel that sigh. I honestly feel that, though. That disproven, obviously, by the majority of people. I felt that, though. Because honestly, it's just like, man, even I've gotten that shit before. Like, you know, where, you know, whether online or even in fucking person, I've been, like, accused of that, too. Just on the virtue of me being, like, you know, progressive, like, queer, lefty type. And it's just like, man, it's like, holy shit. Like, especially when it comes to an accusation like that, it's just fucking insane. Where it's like this idea that, especially when it comes to sexual orientation, just being bi or gay or whatever the fuck, makes you somehow, like, by proxy, you know, like, into, like, this fucked up thing. It's just insane. I mean, it's like, and I have heard that shit in person. You know, it's like, you know, not just towards me, you know, like, luckily, very rarely, you know, especially around here. But, I mean, I have heard it before, you know, and even from my other, you know, even from, like, you know, friends, whether for high school or otherwise and shit, you know, that have, you know, have had that happen too. I mean, it's like the shit, it really, I mean, it's like, it's sadly, the whole pedo jacketing thing, you know, when it comes to, you know, like, you know, queer people outside of, you know, being trans and shit, isn't gone, necessarily. I mean, it, you know, it's still, there's a strong lumping in, you know, when it comes to a lot of this type of stuff.
That trans people are pedophiles or a danger to children, then that's what they're going to try to push as well. But I mean, as I've been alluding to here, the pedo jacketing of LGBTQ plus people, it's not a new phenomenon, but the last time it was probably this persistent was back in the 70s or 80s, just to kind of show you how bad it's gotten. But basically, by telling you all of this, I just want to establish how hypersensitive bigots are, this Pride in particular. But the story we're going to talk about, the focus of this video, I think it really shows you how bad and, quite frankly, fucking dumb things have gotten when it comes to LGBTQ plus discourse, because something completely innocuous is now the subject of rage. But for once, the stupidity isn't originating from America. So this is what British transphobes are outraged about. Now, you're probably confused because I am literally showing you a picture of a fish.
It's just a humble fish. A mere fish, dude. I mean, it's just like, I guess maybe it's got those like queer ass blowjob lips, but would you really want that? Because it's got fucking teeth, bruh. Like, hell nah, dude. Like, that shit gonna, like, you know, fucking, like, I mean, unless teeth are your thing, I guess, but, like, goddamn, like, I mean, you know, for a queer fish, I mean, I don't know, bro, I ain't about that. I mean, I know, like, you know, they want to try to lump in everything as, like, gay and queer woke groomer shit, but, like, yo, fam, like, you know, it's like, I'm a furry and even I'm not about this, bruh. Like, come on now.
Be confused, because why would transphobes be outraged over a fucking fish? Well,
a fucking fish. Dude, they're literally, like, these fucking freaks are just mad at biology and life itself. It's like, I'm mad life exists now. Damn it, boo.
And this is not just any old fish. This is an LGBTQ plus fish. You are looking at the Maori wrasse, otherwise known as the humphead wrasse, and it's called that because of the bump on its head.
Got a nice little bump. I bet that has to do with, like, you know, sensory information or something. Usually if you got a fish with a little bump on the head, it usually means that that's, like, you know, where it senses shit. You know, it's, like, got, like, maybe, like, a sense of sonar or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, usually if that's the case, you know, like, that's what's, you know, yeah. Whenever a transphobe starts talking shit, post that. Yeah, just post this fish. And if they're confused, like, why are you sending me a fish? It's just say what type of fish it is, go look it up on Wikipedia.
Is apparently trans as hell, and the British Library tweeted a photograph of this fish in celebration of Pride Month, adding, its wondrous forehead isn't the most magnificent thing about this fish. They are protogynous hermaphrodites, which means the females can later change sex to become males. They go on to explain here that Maori wrasse take about 5 to 7 years to become sexually mature, and around their 9th birthday, the females can change sex and become super males. An even more prominent hump and even brighter color, blue and green, which makes them super attractive to females. Ooh la la.
Ooh. Kinky. Colorful. Expressive. But honestly, so what does super male mean? I think the idea is basically, well, as it implies, that, you know, for a female hump-headed wrasse and shit, I think that's what they were called. You know, when it comes to, like, the females after, like, their 9th birthday, basically, you know, around that time, they essentially, well, biologically transition, and, like, and I think because of that, there's, like, a major rush of testosterone or major rush of the male hormones for the fish. It thus makes, you know, these very predominant, as, you know, Mike was just saying, very predominant humps, more colorful, and thus is more attractive to females, you know, so I think that's why it's called that. So I think that's what it means. It's basically like, it's not necessarily like a traditional, you know, male, like, hump-headed wrasse and shit, because it's, you know, like, basically like a female fish that's like, well, there's not that many males. Obviously, I haven't reproduced, so I'm going to biologically transition to male so a female fish can reproduce with me. So I think that's kind of what's going on there. Like, it's basically like nature's way of, like, ensuring there's reproduction going on, but because of that, like, adds a rush of, like, male hormones and stuff to help with this transitionary phase for the fish. Which also, this isn't just a thing for fish. Like, there's other animals that do this type of shit. From, like, micro life to, you know, macro life like this. There's a lot of animals that legit do shit like this. And there's some animals that actually have, like, all, you know, like, you know, like, all one, you know, like, biological sex going on for the species. Like, there's, like, all female lizards that exist and shit, where the species of lizard are literally just, like, you know, the biological female sex, and that's it. And yet they can reproduce and shit. So, I mean, there's, like, you know, when there's a will, you know, life finds a way.
Are still learning about the factors.
Which just literally just shows that when it comes to biological and, you know, biological sex and gender, frankly, it's not like some weird essentialist, like, nature idea that is, like, bimorphic, where it's like male, female, that's it, and humans are strictly that. Like, I mean, because if there's other life that exists on, just literally on our own fucking planet, from mammals to fish, you know, from amphibians to all sorts of, you know, to reptilians, etc., you know, even avians, like birds and stuff, like, you know, all these different animals, you know, there are all sorts of different, you know, from different species, you know, intersex, hermaphroditism, like all biological, like sex and shit going on with like those, all female lizards, etc. Like all these different things just show that, when it comes to biological sex, it's spectral. Like, I mean, it's not just one thing or the other. I mean, there's all sorts of shit going on in between everything here. Like, I mean, so just this idea that it's just strictly one or the other, like, I mean, which is just why I think, especially when it comes to this whole weird transphobic, it's like, well, there's only two genders and shit. It's like, literally, no, there ain't. Like, I mean, and also, gender's just mainly a more human thing. Like, I mean, like, what they're really trying to infer is biology, and even then, no, there isn't. There's, different biological sexes going on and shit. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact number, but I would say at least, I don't know, you got asexual reproduction, and shit, so there's at least one. Then you got traditional reproduction, so I guess, technically two, because you got male, female. But then you got, like, intersex shit happening, and then you got, animals out there that can fucking transition from one sex to the other depending on certain circumstances. So it's like, at least there's 5. And I'm sure there's probably a couple others I'm not really thinking about. So it's just like, I mean, reproduction can happen, and biological sex overall can be done in different ways. And, well, I guess there's at least, more, because, 6, because of pollen and how plants, reproduce and shit. So, I mean, really, there's that, too. So, there's different biological sex going on and shit, besides just man, woman,
Cause this transition, but fish typically change sex to fill a niche in their environment. A female wrasse named Sina at the National Aquarium transformed into super male upon the passing of a male named Tang. Finally, they add fish sex.
Clownfish, huh?
Is wildly inventive. Clownfish are protandrous hermaphrodites, male to female.
Whoa, does that mean Nemo and his dad are fucking hermaphrodites? So what about the mom? Whoa, dude. This makes Finding Nemo, like, this... That just kind of adds a whole different perspective about that.
Bees change sex repeatedly. Freshwater mangrove killifish reproduce by self-fertilization. All female Amazon mollies mate with males of other species, but completely disregard their sperm. So, my friends, this fish and its existence is an outrage to conservatives in the UK because it is very, very trans. And that post was basically the British Library's nerdy way of saying, hey, transitioning is a phenomenon that also occurs in nature in the same way that homosexuality has been documented in hundreds of species. I think that the number is over 450 off the top of my head.
And those are just the ones that we do know about and we are aware of. In fact, there's probably a lot of different acts of homosexuality that happen with all sorts of different species that we just aren't aware of because we haven't seen it. We haven't been there to document it, basically. So,
but
honestly, I'm sure, like, frankly, when it comes to it, there's probably a legit, like, a lot of expressive gay sex going on around in this world and shit when it comes to, like, all sorts of different life.
Of course, we're not happy about this fact because when feelings are more important than facts to you, you lash out when facts are shared, even if they're pretty entertaining and pretty cool to learn. But they were very mad. As Dem explains, if there's one thing a certain subsect of British people loves, it's getting big mad about completely innocuous mentions of anything having to do with gender. For example, today, hundreds of transphobes got their knickers in a twist. This is a very...
Yeah, oh my god, that's so British.
British thing
to... You got your knickers in a twist.
Say, over a Twitter thread about a literal species of fish to the point where the British Library deleted the entire thread. Jesus.
Oh my god. Man, like, even if they're a transphobic piece of shit, couldn't they literally just be like, what, you think this means that humans are like this? What, you think we're fish? Huh? Like, they could have done that. Like, they could have been like, oh, well, just because those fish are like that doesn't mean we are. Yeah, they could have done that. They could have done that shit. But no, they literally had to... Dude, fucking British people are stupid. Oh my god. Like, we need to adopt their NHS-style system at least 90% of the way, and then, like, just take them over. Like, we need to finish up 1776, because, like, goddamn, they're too stupid for their they're too stupid for their own good.
It's pretty obvious that the library made this a Pride Month thread to celebrate the fact that biological sex...
But at least our own people don't cave to it, the fucking mob. I mean, for the most part, I mean, you got, a decent chunk of, people out there that will. Like, you got corporations that would. And you got, like, some people that will. But, yeah, most people definitely, yeah. Be like, fuck you, here's a video of a fish trancing itself.
Is a beautifully varied thing across species.
I mean, you are right, though. I mean, at the end of the day, you are correct.
Morphic sex binary is not actually a default or natural state. In fact, that's not even true for humans. But the library got totally...
Really? I never knew that. It was like, wow. Of course it's also true for people.
Good by transphobes. One person, totally missing the point, replied, "Are you saying gay men are actually women because fish?"
Gay men are women because fish, though. Dude, someone actually fucking did it. But not in the way that it was supposed to be, though. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot.
Pride Month is also a celebration of hermaphroditic fish. And you know what? We'll claim that. These people are absolutely...
You know what? No, we will claim that, you fucking schmuck. I'll claim this fucking hermaphroditic fish. How about that, bitch? This fucking, like... You're gonna love the outro song of this video. Well, I kind of hate to break it to you, but I was listening to this at work. And when I was listening to it, I was fucking bopping hard. Not even gonna lie. I mean, I was laughing, so I couldn't really process, much of a reaction in my head to really think about how I wanted to respond to this. So I didn't really pre-watch it. I just kind of pre-listened to it, so I didn't even know what the fish looked like. But honestly, the fish looked fucking dope, though. Like, that's a cool looking fish. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, their butt hurt over a fish that looks fucking goddamn cool. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Aw. Well, no, I'm gonna play the outro song. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will, because it is a fucking bop. I'm gonna be bopping that shit, son. Like, don't worry, bro. Dude, it's a bop. I'm not gonna spoil it right now. Like, I kind of wanted to start singing it, but I mean, I'm not going to. We'll wait for it.
The most unreasonable beings in the existence of our species. Can you imagine just for a second that there was a library that tweeted about how some fish are conservative or some fish are transphobic? They go around and they bully the trans fish.
You know what? Maybe there are. Like, maybe there are some, like, transphobic fish out there that are like, you know what? It's like, I don't like the fact that you're a super male out here. You're trying to fucking get up on my game. It's like, hell nah. Like, I want these fucking, like, fish bitches. Like, these are my fish bitches. Like, you ain't gonna be trying to fucking steal my game. So you got some male fucking transphobic, hump-headed ass out there being like, you fucking bitch. You think you could just be a super male and fucking try to steal my bitches? Oh, hell nah. Like, I mean, unironically, you probably do. Like, I don't know what, like, fish culture is like. I don't know how, like, these wrasse fish, fucking, operate when it comes to their culture and their society. But I guarantee you probably got some bigoted fucking piece of shit. I stand solidarity, my queer fucking fish.
But that fact about...
I love when animals trigger people because there's all this outrage. Yeah, they have no idea what's going on. Dude, it reminds me of, like, when, like, there's obvious, like, natural, like, documentation of lions, like, male lions having gay sex, like, full-on gay intercourse. And there's, like, the claim that these lions, the only reason why they're gay is because they apparently saw gay men having sex. Which, honestly... It's not true, but let's just entertain it for a second. Like, who is the gay couple or gay couples out there that are fucking on the prairie out in Africa in the savannah, letting male lions, like, watch them? Getting, like, you got, like, some twink getting railed in the African savannah, and you got, like, a pride of lions just walking by. It's like, I mean, I kind of, like, dude, like, I know there's, like, this whole, like, adrenaline rush about, like, some crazy shit that might happen or getting exposed in public, stuff like that. Like, I kind of get that a little bit. It's not my thing personally, but I understand it. But, like, I mean, that, like, takes it to the nth level. Like, I mean, what type of fucking, like, gay couple out there is, like, fucking, around a bunch of lions and, you know what I mean? It's like, goddamn. It's like, I mean, if anything, I'm more impressed by the gay couple more so than the Lions fucking finding out how that works. You know what I mean? It's like, damn. Fucking gay couple, no pun intended, got some balls. Like, I mean, damn.
Make you apoplectic? No, because you are a normal person, but...
What the fuck is this? Trans activism and racist lesbians? What does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? No, it doesn't. Literally, no, it doesn't. There are trans women who are lesbian. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck does this even mean? What? Huh? Wait. There's something down here below. Oh, it's just an email. Get the L out, UK. At gmail.com. It's an email link. You know what? If y'all want to troll it or something, I don't care. There it is. It's right there. If you want to troll it, go ahead. What the hell's in lesbian? Like, are these like little houses? Are these like little tents? I think they're tents. These are like little houses. What the hell? Yeah, they are. See, like the little doors in the center of them all. Like, what in the fuck? Why is the word lesbian in the word, in the lettering, why are all of them like... Oh, wait a minute, they're W's. They're W's. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? They're meant to be, like, women, lesbian, like, oh my god. Ah! We need to literally, unironically, you know what? Scotty, like, you know, Scotty Kirk on DFF, he literally says he wants to invade Canada. He's got the wrong country, dude. It's England. It's the United Kingdom. We need to invade England. We need to invade this fucking country, dude. I'm convinced. We need to just, like I said, you know, let's adopt the NHS and national, you know, and their nationalized fucking infrastructure and stuff like that. I want to adopt that stuff. But we're still invading this shit. We'll make, like, you know, 3 separate states. You know, the state of Wales, state of fucking England, the state of Scotland. There you go, boom. And we'll just give Northern Ireland to Ireland, and, you know, Ireland can be unified. And, you know, finally a unitary state, and they can figure shit out over there. So, you know, I think, you know, that would probably be, you know, the best outcome. Because then we can address this. This can be addressed a little bit and corrected. Because the fuck is... This is breaking my brain. Okay, we gotta get this off my screen. This is breaking my brain.
Through a fit and ratio the library for merely stating a fact.
Dude, TERFs and fucking transphobes in England are honestly legit unhinged and kind of more insane than over here. Because over here, it's just like a fascist scapegoat. Like, but in England, they legit are just, like, overtly, like, anti-trans and just overtly fucking unhinged and psychotic about it. Like, they are actually fucking insane. Like, I mean, it's like, holy shit. Like, honestly, I mean, say what you want about the transphobia going on in the U.S. They're just more calculating and fascistic because it's just like a way to, you know, excuse a lot of their fascism. Because trans people are easy scapegoat. Like, if they could literally pick any other group, they would. They literally would. It's just like, I mean, you know, you know, so they're more or less, you know, the scapegoat here. It doesn't make it any less of a problem, by the way. It still is. But it's like, oh my god, like, England is actually fucking psychopathically unhinged about it. It's like, bruh. Oh, this little crank fry is on my beer can. Look at my little bro. Oh, he flew away. Bye. Like, you notice that too, right? Wait. That doesn't even make sense. The sign says they're afraid of trans people erasing their lesbians, yet the email makes it sound like they want lesbian erased. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right, honestly. Take the L out of UK. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it makes it sound like it wants lesbianism gone. Like, I think it's supposed to mean get the L out, like, out in public, you know, get the lesbians out, you know, like, for people to see. I mean, I kind of get what it's trying to say, but, I mean, on a surface level, yeah, it means, it kind of is like, you know, get out. Out! Ouf! I mean, it's more like, no, fuck you, out. It's like, it feels more like that. No, you're honestly right. What the hell? How they connected that? No, don't do that. Boo. There we go.
Because according to conservatives, the mere presence of rainbows around kids is deeply problematic. Ben Shapiro tweeted out angrily about a bunch of kids marching down a hall in school with rainbow flags. So, I mean, if you follow their logic to its...
Dude, are you kidding me? Like, Ben Shapiro is so unhinged about rainbows that, like, these kids going down a hallway that has a bunch of rainbows, like, is apparently, like, some evil... What do you even say to some shit like that, dude? Like, I mean, honestly, I mean, that's just, like, so ridiculous. Like, I mean, really? Like, you're that fucking so butthurt over the fact that rainbow is a thing. I thought that was supposed to be, like, God's covenant to man, you know, and his promise, you know, to not flood the earth again. Like, isn't it supposed to be some Christian symbology? Like, the Christian flag used to be a rainbow. Until, you know, obviously, the LGBT community appropriated it. But nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, even when that was going on, a lot of Christians still used that flag. So, like, what the fuck? I mean, it's just such ridiculous bullshit, dude.
Rainbow trout, I guess, are also pushing an agenda. Why are these fish trying to make our kids gay?
Well, I mean, for the name rainbow trout, they don't literally look like a rainbow. So, I mean, I guess that's probably why. But, I mean, rainbow is in their name, so you would think, oh, we're trying to groom the kids with a trout.
It's just, the discourse is toxic, but also very, very stupid. But getting back to the Brits...
It's stupidly toxic. Dude, this fish got drip. Dude, look at these fucking patterns, dude. Dude, look at those patterns. That is honestly fucking crazy. Look at that. So vivid. It's so distinct. Dude, that is just... They almost kind of look like, you know, you notice like the little geography lines on a map? You know, that kind of show like, you know, elevation, you know, based on certain feet and stuff. It kind of looks like that almost. Dude, this fish looks fucking legit, bro. Dude, this fish looks so cool. They're mad over this fish, and this fish looks legit. This fish got, like, some drip, bro. Like, the scales on this thing. And, dude, this fish looks fucking awesome. Like, if I had a fucking big-ass aquarium, you know, like a saltwater aquarium or something like that, I'd totally have a few of these guys in there.
Congratulations, I guess, for becoming as snowflakey as American bigots. I mean, it was difficult, probably, to stoop below the very low bar that we set for stupidity here in the States, but you did it, you fucking wankus. So, that probably sounded more Australian than British, but...
I don't even think that sounded Australian. You die, you fucking wankus. Fuck it, Mike.
Now, to be fair to the Brits, they're not the first country to be outraged over LGBTQ plus things in nature, because remember the gay penguins, Roy and Silo? Well, after they tried to hatch a rock, idiots, they were then given a fertilized egg and ended up raising a chick together named Tango. Aww. It became an international story. There was even a book written about it, which predictably outraged conservative parents. And it was...
I remember this. Like, honestly, I do kind of remember these penguins.
In schools at the time across the country, and became controversial again recently following the GOP's renewed homophobic push. But this book about gay birds also ruffled some feathers in other countries, pun intended, specifically Singapore, whose libraries literally pulled and destroyed copies of the book.
What the fuck? Why? Really? We can't allow this fucking children's book about gay penguins existing. Not only might they be gay, but they might have the idea to fuck penguins.
Only snowflakes. So outrage over animals is not a new thing. And on the subject of gay...
Dude, I didn't realize how widespread, like, this whole outrage that, like, unironically, like, queer animals exist, or animals that can be gay, you know, exist. Like, I can't believe they're this butthurt over that. Like, there are so many animals and so many species out there, including us, that express this shit. It's like, how can he deny this? You know, it's like, you could think that, like, humans doing it is, like, not a good thing or something, but, like, I mean, to deny that it just is a thing, though, is just fucking ridiculous. Like, bleh.
Since we're talking about them, well, it brings me no pleasure to give you an update to that story. Roy and Silo...
Uh-oh, what happened to the penguins?
Broke up. So in
No! The gay lovers broke up? No!
The New York Times reported, things began to fall apart in May of 2004 after the two were kicked out of their nest by two aggressive penguins.
Well, fuck those penguins, then. Well, fuck those two pieces of shit. They sound like they're a fucking bunch of homophobes. They're, you know, this is like a bunch of bigot pieces of shit. It's like, oh, we got, like, these two gay penguins over here. Let's take their fucking nests, because they're gay. We don't want that. Fuck a penguin piece of shit.
That is genuinely heartbreaking, and I hate those aggressive penguins who push them out of their nest. I'm going to assume that they were homophobic. That's the only conclusion that...
Yeah, that is literally the only conclusion you can have. Homophobic penguins. Even penguins are not exempt from homophobia. You know the,
Homophobic penguins? Really? What the hell?
No, okay, yeah, okay. So, you know Roy and, like, those little penguins that were gay and had a little baby penguin together and stuff and raised it?
No.
Really? Well, here, let me go back on this a little bit.
Okay.
Well, no, this is actually literally a thing. So, like...
How can penguins be gay? They're birds.
Because homosexuality can be expressed in all sorts of different animals, including penguins. So, like, yeah, but there was, in the Central Park Zoo, there was two gay penguins, which they, Roy and Silo. And, they, had, you know, they tried to literally have a rock as an egg together, but, you know, that didn't work, so the zookeepers gave a fertilized egg to them, and when the egg hatched, they raised the baby like, you know, any traditional penguins would. And also, there's other, like, I mean, there's, lions have been, you know, shown to be gay and stuff. There's been male lions that fuck and shit. And also, there's different species of animals out there that are also all one biological sex and shit. So, homosexuality and shit is a very big, it's pretty common.
Spot to stick it, you do it.
And also, like, I mean, there's, bonobos. They literally, basically, half of their fucking, like, language is basically fucking. So, I mean, it's like, and they definitely express a lot of homosexual tendencies.
No,
But the reason why I was saying about the homophobic birds, though, because, like, you know, Roy and Silo, those gay penguins, they literally got kicked out of their nest, and after that, they apparently had relationship troubles, and they, you know, parted ways, and then the zookeepers tried to pair them with female birds, but they didn't even like each other. So, like, I mean, like, you got these gay penguins that just, like, you know, were paired with, like, these female penguins in the same area, and they're just like, no, we don't like these bitches. They were kicked out of their nest, probably had a relationship issue. Well, it's probably why they were gay penguins. My dad is actually perplexed at this idea.
Times reported, things began to fall apart in May of 2004 after the two were kicked out of their nest by two aggressive penguins. They drifted apart. That is genuinely heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking.
And I hate those aggressive penguins who pushed
those aggressive penguins are assholes.
Them out of their nest. I'm going to assume that they were homophobic. That's the only conclusion that you can reach.
Yep.
See, bigots, you're represented in nature too. But after they were pushed out...
I mean, the whole joke is that, like, the whole idea is that, like, the whole joke is that, like, so there's, like, this, so the reason why it's brought up, like, just to kind of give you the context of why that story was brought up in the video I'm watching, is that in England, there's unironically a bunch of transphobic, like, TERFs and fucking weirdos that are fucking butthurt over the fact a fish, literally a fish, that the females... like the females of this fish species, this hump-headed wrasse is called. That's the name of the bird. The name of the species of the fish. Like, they're literally are upset at the fact that the females, after like their 9th year, if there's like no males to reproduce with, will literally biologically transition into males and actually have like more distinct humps on their heads and also like more color than even males, and basically as a way to be more attractive to females so they can reproduce.
It's a power structure.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not that.
Alpha male.
That's not. It's not a power structure. There's literally no power structure in that. It's like.
Whatever.
I mean, also that's kind of a false notion anyway. I mean, like, but like, there's no power structure to it. It's like if there's no males, then obviously, like, you know, some of the females of this fish species will literally biologically transition their sex, you know, to be a male so they can reproduce. And there's also plenty of other, you know, even clownfish are known to be hermaphroditic, where they will like, you know, can change their sex depending on the circumstances, and sometimes could even like self-pregnate themselves, you know. So there's like different species in fish, of birds, like reptiles, all sorts, and that kind of express a lot of these different things that also humans have tendencies towards too.
Pest, probably because they were gay. Maybe they were acting too effeminate. I don't know. I'm not very privy to penguin culture. They were paired up by female partners by zookeepers, and of course, these gay-ass birds did not like their female partners because they are gay as hell, and I'm guessing that there's not a lot of fish in the sea. Another pun, if you're a gay penguin, because that was a pretty rare thing to see. But I guess the conclusion of this video is that everything is stupid and the discourse surrounding queer issues is toxic, and those gay penguins who broke up with each other are canceled, as are the homophobes who bullied them into breaking up, I guess. And it's just like, I want to say one more thing to those gay penguins. We were rooting for you. I was going to call them F-slurs, but I'm trying to get monetization.
We're rooting for you, faggots. I know what you were going to say there, Mike. I know what you're about to say, brother.
Channel. Although, now that I think about it, maybe calling them the F-slurs would help me, depending on who's reviewing my channel. Either way, this is where we're at, folks. 2023 discourse surrounding LGBTQ plus issues. A library posted a photograph of a fish that's trans, and bigots ratioed them and got triggered by it.
Wow.
My brain is melting.
Here's, yeah, the outro. This shit's a little boss. Dude, I wish that was longer. That should be a bop. Cause I know I'm not a gay fish. Dude, I mean, like, man, Micah needs to, like, you know, produce these outro songs, you know, to actually be, like, longer. And, you know, like, basically, like, full-on little remix songs. And make, like, a little EP or, like, a little album or something. Because, I mean, you know, hey, if he needs monetization, I think remixing a bunch of his outro songs into full songs and selling those for, like, $5 a pop or something like that, I would buy one. Unironically, I would literally buy it. And be slapping that shit all the time. Like, dead ass. I'm not even gonna be kidding. Because, like, Mike is actually pretty good at, like, you know, editing music and stuff. He's actually not bad at it. But that should be a bop. I love his little outro songs. This guy, like the Jordan Peterson one, it's like, my paternal grandmother, she was struck me with her, like, that one, oh my god. That one's just like a bleh. That one's an oof. Then there's, the, I'm gonna come, do not come. There's that one, too. There's a few, honestly. There's a few good ones. What's up, boo-boo? Fucking fly. Popping into my eye. What the hell? Boop. You're just like, what the hell? What the hell are you doing to me? Goofy dog. What a goofy little mutt. He came back to drink his water, but now he's like on the opposite side, so I can't boop him in the butt. Be like a little boop. You just be a little silly boy. A cute, sweet, but absurd little silly boy. That's what it be. Oh. Let's see. There's actually a couple other things I wanted to kind of look at here. See if I can find them here. Let's see here. I mean, jeez, dude. You're so loud. You done? You done over there? Yeah, you. You goof. You goofy little ball malarkey. My goodness. Here, you won't believe what this babysitter. Oh, yeah, let's check this out. It's not that long. Not a very long thing.
Look at this.
Oh, it's Ray. It's Ray Johnston thing. What's
this babysitter post a photo of the kid she's babysitting online without the parents' consent.
Shouldn't be posting photographs of my children on Instagram.
Oh my god, it's British as fuck. Oh no.
Well, she looks really cute in it.
She does look really cute, but why are you putting it on public? Anyone could be looking at her.
No one's going to think about, no, your address isn't on there, your phone number isn't on there. It's just her face.
It's my child.
It will go in 24 hours anyway.
It will be going and baby. It's like, what the fuck? It's, you know, it's not my child, but I'm gonna take a picture of your kid anyway and post it in public. Never mind if some weird PO, you know, some nonsense might be looking at that though. Never mind the fact that that could be a thing and I didn't, you know, like, you know, tell you anything about it and see if it feels alright.
Why are you even following me?
Well, I follow loads of people, but that's not...
Why is he even following you? Well, for good fucking reason. He hired you as a fucking babysitter, so, like, yeah, he's gonna follow you to see, like, what you're about a little bit. And I guess, you know, frankly, to see if you're posting pictures of of their kid, you know, on your fucking, you know, social media. So, I wonder why, you fucking idiot.
Well, you don't follow your babysitter, that's weird.
No, it's not. What the fuck does that even mean? No, it's not. Like, frankly, no it isn't. I mean, that's just like, frankly, literally just like some good parenting. It'd be like, hey, you know, I want to make sure my babysitter isn't like, you know, some weird fucking wacko or some shit. So, let me see what the social media is like. You know, let me, you know, see what they post and stuff. Oh, wait, why is my kid on their social media posts? What the fuck? It's like, yeah, there's a good reason why, you know, like, you know, they're following you. Like, what the fuck do you mean, you stupid cunt?
I do follow my babysitter, and it's just as well I am.
One photo.
We're not going to pay you.
A photo, it don't fucking matter, bitch.
You take that photo off, so...
Well, I'll just stay here until you pay me then. What are you going to do about it?
Give me that phone now.
I'm not giving you my phone.
And you know, like, oh my god. Like, one, like, you don't got any right to just, like, stay there until, you know, he fucking pays you. Like, fuck you, cunt. Like, you don't deserve, you know, like, as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be paid. Like, I mean, you fucking violated this guy's privacy and fucking posted a picture of their child on you know, public social media. Like, fuck you getting paid. Like, I mean, if anything, I mean, you should be charged of shit as far as I'm concerned.
Loads of my friends do it that babysit.
What the fuck? So she has friends who also do this? Who will post pictures of strangers' children, you know, on social media? Like, what the fuck? That is insane, dude. That should not be a thing at all. That is just retardedly crazy. Like, does this stupid bitch not realize, like, the fucking ramifications of things like that?
Why? It's literally just a photo.
Look, the north is full of... Stop posting...
Well, yeah, you being one, why are you following me? I'm a 16...
What the fuck? Really? So, you're 16, getting a little side income by babysitting some people, and you want to be a fucking blackmail, you want to try to, like, fucking accuse in pedo jacket, by falsely blackmailing some guy and posting, photos of their fucking kid and accuse this guy of being a pedo? Like, you fucking evil cunt. Like, I mean, you're a bitch. Like, I don't care that you're 16. Fuck you. You're wretched. Like, and I just hope that you fucking grow up and actually mature enough, but considering this fucking psychological fucking manipulative behavior, you're probably, just, like, ingrained in like this neurologically. But you better fucking change. Because you got a lot of years to do that.
Old.
I'm not like that. So give me that phone.
Well, why have you got Instagram in the first place? How old are you?
How old are you? You don't have to be a fucking, like, you don't have to be a maximum age to use Instagram. What the hell does that even mean? So, what you doing on Instagram? You wait for, so how, It's like, Instagram's like, what is it? It's tied to Facebook, isn't it? So, anyone who uses Facebook can have an Instagram account. You don't have to have a Facebook to have one, but it basically makes it, like, streamlined to where you can, like, have it just connected to that. So, anyone can have one. Anybody. It's, like, it's a social media platform. Like, what?
Be even babysitting. You haven't got a DBS.
You hired me.
Are you joking?
I'm 16 years old. I'm still in school.
Shocking. So you could be doing anything.
Well, you know me. I'm not like that.
I'm shocked. We're going to have to tell everyone that you're a bad babysitter. I can't...
I'm going to have to make sure the rest of the neighborhood knows that you're a bad babysitter. It's like, dude, that's the least of your problems, my dude. She's not only a bad babysitter, but a manipulative fucking bitch. Like, she's, like, a, manipulator, frankly. Like, she obviously is doing this under the table, and also, doing so without a DBS, which I don't know exactly what that is, but I'm assuming it's, like, a license to be able to, frankly, babysit and show that you're competent around kids so you can, be in that type of line of work. Like, I'm assuming. So it's, like, obviously she's doing some under-the-table shit, which this guy probably, is financially struggling, and it's like, oh, hey, this kid's doing it at, like, a lesser rate in comparison to official, like, babysitters that I can go to, but, so, like, there's probably, like, mixture of variables going on there, but that doesn't excuse her fucking behavior. Like, I mean, yeah, he hired you, and guess what? You have a fucking job there, lady, or girl, I guess in this case, since you're 16. So, it's like, when it comes to that type of shit, your job ain't fucking posting pictures of their child on social media. It ain't. Your job is to babysit their kid and just take care of them while they're gone. Whether at work, or, just out of town, or whatever the hell's going on. Like, your job is to babysit the kid. That's what the fuck it is. Not taking pictures of them and posting it on your social media platform, you fucking freak. I mean, like, taking pictures of, their kid and then maybe, like, sending it, to, like, the parents and being like, hey, I think they look cute in this. You want to post it on your social media because I think it looks adorable or something like that. Let the parents do that shit. If she took the photos and sent it to the dad here and said, hey, I think she looks kind of adorable. Because even, he said earlier, it's like, yeah, I do think she looks cute in that, but why are you putting that in the public? Because evidently, he could have the photo and he could decide whether he wants that out in public or not. And evidently, he didn't want that. So it's like, at least he would have it. I mean, so it's like, then it would be in that case in his possession at that point. So it's like, what the fuck?
I'll tell everyone that you follow me on Instagram, a 16-year-old girl. How's that going to work out for you?
All things considered, considering that you're a babysitter and, all the circumstances, I'm sure it actually wouldn't be that bad for him. I mean, like, like, even if people question it initially, like, he can literally be like, yeah, I hired her as a babysitter, and she's posting pictures of my child on Instagram, so that's the main reason why I'm following her, to make sure that she isn't doing shit like that, and I caught her doing that. So, I mean, he has a very sound alibi. Like, what, you gonna try to fucking accuse him of being a pet, just because he follows you? Like, you're a fucking idiot. Especially for an accusation like that. Like, frankly, those type of accusations, especially if they're just not founded on anything, should probably at least hold, at minimal, like, some misdemeanor offense or some shit. Because that shit is fucking serious when it comes to an accusation. That ain't just like, oh, he stole my lollipop or something. Or it's like, oh, he stole my wallet. It ain't just some shit like that. It's like a very serious fucking accusation.
I don't know what to say. I'm shocked for words.
I love when people who are clearly in the wrong record themselves and then post it. Like, we're all supposed
I mean, no shit. Yeah, we're supposed to be like, yeah, you go, girl. Oh, slay queen.
Yeah, you go, girl. You really showed him. It's almost unbelievable the way she tries to turn it around on the parent. Like, she calls him a...
I mean, it really is. Damn, Ray Johnson's being based right now. Like, I mean, you know, it's just like, damn, dude. I mean, it's like, I've been kind of seeing Ray William Johnson's shorts lately, and he's actually been pretty based. This is another video where he's, you know, fucking laying down a truth, honestly, unironically.
For following her on Instagram? Like, that is a very serious accusation.
Yeah.
I'm never having kids, but if I did, I would absolutely follow the social media of anyone who watches them. Like, that feels like a normal thing to do. Like, that feels like it's actually good parenting.
It is! Because it is, Ray! Hey, nailed it on the head, bro. See, like, damn, dude, you know, like, I mean, it's so weird. I used to watch this guy as a kid growing up, and now I'm, like, you know, looking at him again, and it's like, damn, you know, he's actually throwing out some base takes. Like, I mean, like, because it is good parenting to do that. Like, if you have a babysitter, it makes sense to follow them on social media. Like, you know, at the very least, you know, just to kind of keep tabs of them, so you have easy access to message them and shit like that, right? I mean, at least, you know, for that notion, and also to, you know, frankly, to see if maybe there's some suspicious things that, you know, might be red flags, you know, when it comes to things that they like or post and shit. I mean, because if they're doing things or posting things, you know, on social media that might be a little suspicious about, you know, being around kids and shit, that's understandable. I mean, there's also just on the virtue of just, like, you know, yeah, like, you know, are they sharing things of your child on their social media? You know, like in this instance. I mean, it's like, there's honestly legit, like, a multitude of variables as to why it's good parenting to do that. And this fucking 16-year-old wants to think, oh, what, you're a pedophile, mate? It's like, no, he's being a good parent. Like, the fuck you talking about? Oh, there's a spider on my fucking tray. Hey, what's up, little spider bro? You're tiny. You're a tiny little thing. But it's just like, I mean, my lord, she's literally trying to, like, construe this dude, you know, this dad, you know, for being a pet, even though he's legitimately just being a good parent. It's just like, what the hell? And now the spider's on my lap. Come on, dude. Don't be on me. Seriously? Okay. Oh, well. Okay, he's on the ground now, but or she's on the ground. Kill, crush, destroy. Nah, she's right over here. I actually see her. She's right over there. Dude, she's honestly a spider I wouldn't necessarily have on me, but she's small. Like, she wouldn't be able to hurt me or penetrate my skin. So, I mean, she's okay. She was chill. She was minding her business. She was just kind of exploring, doing her thing. She happened to be, you know, like on the desk and walked right here and, you know, started kind of going down here, and I tried to pick her up, and then she fell on my lap, and, you know, I mean, she's just doing her thing. She ain't meaning harm. You know, she, like, it feels like some big-ass, like, fucking, like, you know, one of those, like, house spiders, like that big, like a wolf spider. I'd grab, like, a jar or something. I wouldn't be holding that. But that little girl, she's just a tiny thing. She's okay.
Think about this. Someone uploaded this footage to the internet, and I assume it was her, which means she watched all of this back and went, yeah, this makes me look good. Now look, she's still a teenager, so I don't want to be too harsh on her, but let's just say I'm glad that in the end she agreed to take the photo down.
Is that it then? Just take the photo down and that's it? You give me my money and I go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Well, yeah, that's fine then.
So listen to this.
No, that's fine then. I basically bribed you. I bribed you to take the photo down so you could pay me. What a cunt, dude. And thanks you specifically are better off impressed by the straights. Okay. Oh, dude, yeah, I didn't click this because Hey, Venom, I didn't tell you yet, but in the beginning of the stream, dude, I unironically saw a fucking Nazi at my store, bro. I'm not even kidding. He had a fucking Sturmstaffel SS tattoo right on his arm with a bunch of other Norse fucking runes around it. Not even kidding. And honestly, it fucking, got me under my grill. And if I was not working, oh my fucking god. Should have decked him. I was on the clock, and I couldn't yet. I know what he looks like. And frankly, if I was off the clock, or at least on break, or, anything else in between, oh, dude, yeah, I fucking would have said some shit. I literally, and I was, and one of my coworkers was on lunch, so I couldn't immediately just, be like, hey, I'm gonna be right back, take my work shirt off, and start doing my thing, because I just, there wouldn't have been no way to, do that shit, unfortunately. I feel like, though, if I mentioned to a customer, it's like, hey, I want to help you really quick, but I see someone with a Nazi tattoo over there, and I personally feel like I need to be obligated to say something. Should know better than to show it to self-public where you are. Exactly. That's why it fucking pisses me off, man. Just go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll, see a lot of that vitriol, but, because I kind of, blew a lot of that off at this point, but, it also had, a God Bless America fucking orange tank top, which overtly was, showing shit off. And, and it had, not just a traditional American flag, but, the whole fucking, 13 stripes and shit with that, how an American flag is, but instead, they're in the center is, some American nationalistic fucking thing. And you find a comedy sympathizing tattoo artist for some very specific tattoos. Honestly, a tattoo artist isn't going to give a fuck about your political affiliation that much. If you're, because honestly, if there's, a neo-Nazi that has a tattoo of the SS symbol, around here and shit, that just shows that at least somebody at one point gave him that tattoo. So, honestly, you'd be surprised. Well, I guess it is Alabama, but around here, no one really gives a fuck. Unless you're asking for Nazi tattoos around here, no one's gonna give a shit. Even if, the tattoo artist doesn't really necessarily like, what they have to tattoo on you, they're getting paid, so, whatever, to a lot of these tattoo artists, they don't really care. Some legit don't care to the point where, yeah, as long as they get paid. In fact, they might actually upcharge, someone who's a neo-Nazi wanting a Nazi tattoo, but they'll do it, but they'll basically, double the price or something. Which, I guess they're extorting them, so, I guess that's one way to do it. Fuck them out of at least a little bit more money. But then, they are obligated to do a shitty job, in my opinion. The ones doing Nazi tats are typically guys that have been in prison or are waiting their tat buddies when they get out. That's usually how it is. Because pretty much most tattoo parlors in the United States will not give you Nazi tattoos. If that's what you want, they will not do that shit at all. There's just really no advance of buts. You have to have someone who has, their own personal thing going on. Or maybe, under the radar, not at the tattoo parlor, but maybe, at their house, where they have some of their setup there, too. You have to go, very specific people who are also Nazis themselves, or at least, apathetic, or don't give enough of a fuck about it, or at least sympathetic towards it. And more often than not, they just are also Nazis. Same is true with common tats, at least here. Up here, no one cares. I've honestly seen people with IWW tattoos and shit like that. So, honestly, when it comes to leftist style tattoos or anarchy esque tattoos, at least around here, no one gives a fuck. But you don't go to Nazis for comedy tats. Well, duh. No shit. Unless it's Nazbol stuff. Unless you consider yourself a Nazbol. Because then you can maybe get away with it that way. But don't do it like that. Anyway, here, let's check this out.
So Jordan Peterson has been on quite a wild ride. This is a guy who started out as an inspiration to many young men because he really found a way to lean into kind of basic self-help stuff, but package it in a way that was very intriguing to a lot of people. And he has a background as a psychologist, so mixing in his understanding of different psychological theories with...
What, are you going to give me a synopsis of Jordan Peterson? We know this. Get to the juice.
Free to grooming your kids, it's a fad, etc. You guys know the gist of it. I'm sure you're all very familiar with it at this late date. Okay, so...
I had to skip to 1 minute in for him to get to that. I love you, Kyle, but he does kind of... man, I love Kyle, but he does kind of meander sometimes. I do too, and I feel like that's why I kind of, try to catch myself when I do that, because whenever other people do it, I'm just like, okay, get to the point.
Over the course of time, a lot of these arguments change that they use. Seemingly now it changes on a daily or a weekly basis. Where originally they were like, you know what? We're just here to protect kids, bro. We just want to protect these innocent kids. And so we don't think there should be hardcore, gender Wait,
what? Do you think Kyle's a bottom between him and Crystal? Because I could totally see. Yesn't? He could be a switch. And honestly, knowing Kyle, nah. I feel like he is a bottom in the sense that he isn't penetrated. Outside of maybe a few fingers, you know what I'm saying? He might let a finger or two slip in there. She gives off major, he said no pickles energy. Damn. Yeah. Which is kind of why I feel like there's at least a little bit of like this sense of a little bit, like why I feel like there is at least a sense of him being a switch, just because like I don't think it's like full on peg status, you know what I mean, but I feel like there might be some fingers slipping in, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what's this bleach shit happening here? Like, he's maintained this for, like, for at least, like, 6 months now. Since Halloween. It's not an excuse anymore, bro. Like, you're just maintaining it now. You're just rocking the look. But you know what? Actually, yeah, it actually does kind of fit him a little bit. Like, honestly, since I've, seen him so long now with it, and actually... I think he changed it up a little bit. It's not just, your typical bleach. It's got, like... It's kind of made it, like, almost, like, kind of like this, like, cloud cream white, almost. Like, kind of a cloudy white. It's not, like, a pure white. It's just kind of like this little, like, ever so soft gray palette of white. Like, I actually kind of dig it, honestly. You know what? Like, I'm starting to kind of dig it. Like, he's gotten us so, like... He's had it for long enough to where I'm getting used to it, and he's kind of starting to rock it a little bit. Maybe it's the lighting. I think maybe a lot of it has to do with the lighting in his room. But, I don't know. I kind of dig it. I'm starting to dig it. I thought it looked ridiculous at first, but, I think now that he's starting to kind of, like, maintain it and actually be serious with it, he's starting to kind of rock it out a little bit.
Alignment surgery done for kids. And you know what? Guess what? Fly the victory banner, because...
You know what? I just realized he's kind of got like a Dusty Smith thing going on. Because Dusty Smith, he actually has a genetic reason why his hair's white. Like, his hair, turns white and gray, early. Like, he has like some sort of a genetic condition that makes it like that. So, like, at least for him, he has a reason as to why. But nonetheless, he's kind of, in a way, he's kind of rocking that look. Dusty runs a pretty good show. He does, yeah. I remember when Dusty Smith was a hardcore anti-Christian guy, and then he went, like, kind of pro-Trump and, like, hardcore, like, anti-BLM and stuff like that, and shit like that for a while, and he kind of ran that shtick for a minute, and I was like, well, fuck you, dude. Like, I kind of went like that for a while, but then enough time passed, and I kind of was like, I got a Dusty thing recommended to me. And I just, like, checked it out, and I was like, oh, fuck, Dusty Smith became based as fuck. When did this happen? And I was like, you know what? I don't even care. Dude, fuck yeah, let me, tune back into Dusty. Like, Dusty's actually, like, legit, dude. Like, I kind of, like, at the end of the day, I think I really, truly, really respect his arc in a way, despite, that, like, dip. Because it kind of shows that, he's a person that kind of legit went through a genuine, like, you know, arc of development. Like, you know, he was hardcore anti-theist slash, like, you know, anti-religion. But, you know, he had, like, a sense of, like, you know, being kind of critical of, like, other social issues. Because, I really don't think he understood a lot of it, you know, at the time. So he just, like, looked at the immediate, like, you know, news articles and the immediate, like, you know, shit, which a lot of it was inherently far-right, you know, and a lot of it's bent, including with mainstream media or local media and stuff, being like, oh, they're just anarchists and fucking vigilantes, blah, 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 all this other shit. So he fell into that type of stuff, and probably, you know, other people like Sargon, Sean, you know, a lot of these other people, you know, around the time as well, on the internet side of things. And, you know, and I think enough people, and I think even in his own introspection, given enough time, he realized that, like, yo, like, what I'm actually doing is kind of fucked up. And actually, like, a lot of the things that I'm talking about are, you know, boosting and elevating a lot of this whole far-right Christian evangelicalism that I, you know, want to challenge and want to destroy, frankly, as an idea in the mainstream. So he kind of had a, you know, at some point, I don't know when, frankly, I just know at some point he had this introspection and he flipped. And, you know, like you said, he even goes harder on religion more than ever. He's very progressive and shit like that. You know, so it's like, I mean, he, you know, had a moment of misguidance, but he realized and, you know, adjusted course, you know, when he kind of, you know, had a little bit of introspection about it at some point. I don't know when that was, you know, personally, because I've tuned out of Dusty for quite some time, you know, between, you know, when I first knew him, you know, back in pre-SJW era, and then, you know, up till now. And there's good, like, a good, like, 4 to 5 years where I haven't tuned into Dusty Smith. So, I mean, sometime, you know, in the later half of that, you know, he changed, which, good. I mean, and if anything, he even made indirectly, you know, amends to TJ, because, like, TJ caught wind when his YouTube channel got fucked over. It's back now, but, you know, when TJ got wind of it, he stood in solidarity. I was like, yo, like, we've had our past grievances, you know, and I actually hear that he's pretty progressive and pretty good now, and blah, blah, so whatever our grievances are, whatever my thoughts on him are, I don't care. He shouldn't have his platform taken out. Dusty heard that and realized, you know, TJ's actually pretty cool, and I heard a lot of good things about him too, and blah blah blah. So, you know, like, I'll have a clean slate basically with him. You know, if he wants to have a talk to me and stuff like that, whatever. Blah, blah. Like, I mean, like, basically as far as it stands now, they basically have kind of a clean slate. I mean, kind of indirectly. It doesn't feel like they would talk to each other at this point necessarily, but I mean, honestly, you know, like, they've made amends, you know, to an extent, you know, and that's, I think, really cool. Like, I mean, that's why I really respect not just, you know, TJ in a way, but also, you know, at least, you know, in this, you know, element, but also Dusty too, because, like, you know, he didn't hold no grudge to TJ, especially when he overheard, you know, that TJ was, you know, defending him and supporting and boosting, you know, his plight, you know, to, you know, try to, you know, reach out, you know, to help out, and it's like, he liked that, and he respected it. And understood that, like, you know, hey, you know, it's no reason to hold a grudge no more, especially after all these years. Fuck it, who cares? You know, I'm a different person, he's a different person, you know, we're different people now. And at this point, they're on the same side. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's nice. I mean, it's kind of nice, you know, to see that, you know, after all these years in a way. Where they're kind of like, you know, not directly, but at least, like, indirectly, you know, like, on the same fight. You know, so it's good shit. I like it. It just kind of shows that, you know, even with, like, the whole, like, online sphere things, that there are at least some people that are just genuine human beings and do have, like, their honest, you know, arcs that we can kind of indirectly see, you know, like, from the surface, you know, just from how they've, you know, been over the years. I mean, Kyle's one of them too, by the way. You know, it's like, he's one of those people that I think is, you know, another one of these genuine people. Though he's like someone who's been pretty consistent about his ideas, you know, over all the years. But, you know, even then, he's changed and shifted in certain approaches and certain ideas here and there a little bit. Not a lot, but, you know, he has. He's maintained, you know, a relative, you know, consistent progressive lefty position, you know, with his philosophy over the years and stuff. Sorry, but your race doesn't matter. Nazi's a Nazi's a Nazi. Well, yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, like, a Nazi's a specific type of, like, white supremacist, type of shit. Like, I mean, when it comes to racial supremacy, like, even if it is, for the most part, pretty much like Nazism, it's not exactly, like, the same ideology. I mean, because it's, because you have, like, like, the Hotep black nationalist types and shit. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they basically are like Nazis, but, I mean, that's not exactly what they are, so to speak. I mean, though, I guess just because I suppose it is easier, just kind of lump it in all in one thing. I mean, it's not exactly what they are, though. I mean, fascists would definitely make a lot more sense as a, like a catch-all term for that. Because a Nazi, like every Nazi, most certainly is a fascist. Just like one of the more extreme iterations of it. As if fascism isn't already very extreme as it is.
Kind of already.
Let's get back to this, though.
That kind of, you'd be hard pressed to find, a kid who got bottom surgery. That very rarely, if ever, happens in the United States of America. As a
there literally isn't any documentation of that. I think the closest, when it comes to that, would probably be like some 16-year-old that had very exceptional circumstances to that. As a matter what word they call themselves? Anyone who advocates genocide for a solution dealing with white folks equivalent Nazis to me, like Professor. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, honestly, I really don't disagree with what you're saying there. Yeah, like, I mean, it doesn't really matter what they call themselves. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, most of the ideas, especially when it comes to shit like that, yeah, like, it's kind of some Nazi-like fucking thinking. So, if it quacks like a duck and looks like a duck, I mean, all ducks don't look the same, right? You know what I mean? It's like there's different species of ducks out there. Not every duck, is the same species of duck. So, at the end of the day, that analogy will still work.
Well, they wait until they're older.
Might not be a mallard duck, but it might be like some other, different species of duck. But either way, still a duck now, ain't it?
Surgical interventions. But again, this is how it starts. They start by saying, hey, we're just here to protect the kids, bro. But then, every now and then, you see like Matt Walsh, I think Michael Knowles as well, they sort of let the mask slip and they say, hey, even for adults, they shouldn't be allowed to get this. Okay, well, what happened to this?
Well, the thing is, Matt Walsh and, these type of ilk aren't letting it slip. They're just, letting the mask, go totally off because this is what they generally believe.
Thing called freedom. What happened to adults being able to do whatever they want to their own bodies as long as they're not hurting anybody else? That was supposed to be, to many people on the right, the hallmark of their politics. Freedom, liberty, individuality, personal choices. Now we have a lot of red states where they say even up to age 26, you can't get any sort of gender-affirming surgery. Well, now you're way out of lockstep with the majoritarian normie position in America.
Which honestly is, I mean, like frankly, just kind of being apathetic to the idea of trans issues. I mean, it's not inherently necessarily a bad thing, because, I mean, what that means is that, like, most, like, when it comes to, like, being apathetic to it, like, it kind of means that, like, those type of people, whether they're, like, trans people are a little weird or whatever, or, like, I don't got any issue with them, whatever the fuck, like, whether it's, like, some, one of those, positions or somewhere in between, like, they don't want to, like, overtly, like, try to revoke and reject, their humanity, basically. Like, they're not, down, to try to push that type of fucking, policies. Where it's like, oh, well, it's like, trans people are a little weird, but I don't want to, like, outright deny that for adults and stuff. I mean, they're adult, they can do whatever they want, I don't give a fuck. It's like, people like that, and I know plenty of people who are conservative-leaning that have that type of position. Where they're like, I think some stuff about trans people are weird and stuff, but, like, I don't really care. Like, it's like, they're an adult, I don't give a shit. Just don't do that on kids. Like, they might still push the thing of, like, don't push this on kids or whatever the fuck. But, when it comes to being an adult, like, that's where they are like, I don't care at that point. It's like, if, a kid feels like they are, then let them wait until they're an adult. It's basically just what they're saying. I mean, I don't agree with it, but at least they're not like, fuck you, kid, or fuck you, trans person, for existing. It's just something they just don't understand. I mean, it's just like, it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, like, a majority of normies are like, or average people out there are just kind of like, at worst, that, or at best, like, yeah, trans people are cool. I've met a few and they're alright, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, and I definitely wouldn't want, like, anything bad happen to them. I just don't give a fuck one way or the other. It's like if they exist. And it's like, in either way, they ain't gonna be fucking advocating for their, like, dehumanization, especially via legislation. It's like, because honestly, there are just people like that. And I know, frankly, a lot of people that might be, like, moderate conservative or even somewhat, like, conservative or centrist leaning that, have these type of takes. For sure. But, they're not bad people, and they don't inherently look at trans people as, like, some sort of moral plight on fucking society. Frankly, especially when I, talk to them about it, it just really is something that they just don't totally get 100%. It's just not something they understand. It's just like, because they haven't been properly educated about it outside of, like, surface level fucking news or right-wing bullshit that happens, to hit their feeds on social media, whatever fucking shit they're checking out. Whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, or whatever the hell. What are you doing, dog? What's up, bubby? What's up, boo-boo? Catch you at a gas station because I want to say the name. There is me not to swear in front of pretty ladies. What, Alaskan Thunderfuck? I'm smoking out some Alaskan Thunderfuck. Nice. My daddy raised me not to swear in front of pretty ladies. Oh, aren't you a gentleman? That's not... Dude, they're not making fun of you. Like, wait, what? Wait, what? How did you perceive that as them making fun of you? No, they're not. They probably just thought that was cute. Like, oh, aren't you being a gentleman? That's kind of cute. Like, they were probably just... Dude, I think you misinterpreted that. I don't think they were making fun of you, dude. At least in my opinion. And even if they were, fucking, throw it around. It's like, aren't you a gentleman? It's like, oh, well, I try to be, but, it's like... Or some shit, or, whatever the fuck. Just gotta throw it around, and, just kind of, like, be like, whatever. Like, yeah. It's like, oh, I can be if I want to. It's like, that's just my good side. It's like, I don't think that was her making fun of you. But,
But that hasn't stopped them from going further. They keep going further and further.
Goddamn rewatching where Fry discovered his dog waiting for him until he died, and then they say this is pure comedy show. What Ignar's saying, you should drop tactile N-bombs. No! What the fuck? No! No, my god, you are a horrible person.
And now, we get this gem here from Jordan Peterson. So let's listen, and then we'll discuss it at the end.
And what he observed as a consequence of his decades of work was that...
Wait, hold on. Let's just, like, enhance this, because Jordan Peterson looks worse for wear, but I'm not too sure if that's just because of the quality or not. Dude, whoa, yeah, Jordan Peterson really does... What the fuck is he wearing? What type of sports jacket is this? It's got the one that has, like, the leather fucking, like, shoulders and shit. Like, what the like, bruh. You don't look good in that. I would look good in that jacket, not you. Like, I would look good in that jacket. I will unironically fucking, flex that shit. I would look good in that jacket. But this fucking weirdo is trying to look like some old gristled, like, cowboy or some shit. Whatever, without his hat. It's like, dude, unironically, with this hat on, and that jacket, dude, I would get some fucking drip going on, okay? With this hat right here and that fucking jacket, dude, that would be some unironic drip, okay? Maybe because of the, beige tan color of my jacket, maybe this could be a little bit more, adjacent to this color. But even then, the difference in, the brown/tan colors going on here, honestly would also be kind of a compliment because they're earthy colors. Earthy colors always, work very well together. So, You know, it's like, either way, I mean, it's just like, I would rock this jacket so much fucking better than Jordan Peterson. Why are you wearing just a basic-ass white jacket, or white shirt? You could have done, like, a green one, like, kind of like an earthy olive green jacket or shirt. You could have done, like, a blue shirt. You could have, you know, like, done any type of shirt color but white, and it would have looked way better. Like, dude, you ain't got no drip. You ain't got no riz. I think the new word is riz. Like, you ain't got no riz, bro. Rizless.
First of all, the best thing to do with kids with body dysmorphia was to just leave them the hell alone till they were 18.
That's literally like the centrist position, basically. Like what I was talking about from earlier. Like, you know, you got, like, you know, because I know people that basically hold that position. Which, honestly, I would honestly argue that a good chunk of, like, average people probably believe that. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't probably, you know, try to, like, you know, have this whole trans thing stuff, you know, to kids, but, you know, if they're an adult, who cares? Like, a good chunk of people, you know, are probably just like that. Like, I mean, just on the virtue that, like, if they're adult, well, it's their choice, who cares, they're making their own decision, blah, 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 blah. I mean, so, I mean, like, goddamn, dude. I mean, it's like, yeah, that's still, I think, you know, overall, predominantly the position. It's just that you fucks are literally like astroturf in this fucking weird, insane, psychopathic, fucking Nazistic bullshit. You know, that is basically, you know, making, you know, big waves, you know, on these different platforms and being boosted on these, you know, said fucking platforms and shit. Including YouTube, too, by the way. I mean, so it's like, I mean, this shit is being boosted and stuff, but yet, it's just like, you know, we got like this big plague on society.
And the reason for that was, well, first of all, the first reason was that about 80% of them ended up gay. And so part of the reason they were bodily dysmorphic when they were very young is because they were homosexual. And there was...
Citation needed, bro. Like, what? I mean, just because, you know, they might have been gay prior doesn't necessarily mean that, like, that is the prerequisite of them being trans, you fucking weird nut. Like, there's plenty of people who are, like, quote-unquote cis-het that, you know, will realize, oh, I'm actually trans. So, huh? But Ignar, what is a woman? Oh my god.
Some tension between their emerging sexual proclivity and their biological reality, at least in contrast to what was normative. 80% of them would grow up to be gay. So that's not that surprising, really, is it? That hyper-feminine little boys who are that way by temperament are going to grow up to be homosexual. And
not even true. And again, citation. You're just saying things to say it, dude. This doesn't mean anything. Like, what the fuck? There's plenty of, you know, queer kids that grow up to be flamboyant as adults, but aren't trans. They're called femboys and twinks, you fucking idiot. Like, my dude.
On the other side, the female front, that hypermasculine girls are going to grow up butchy and more likely to be attracted to girls. I don't think that...
So, wait, I mean, you just said butchy, like, what, you mean you just butch lesbians? Well, like, that's a problem? Like, oh no, we got some butch lesbians, or like some tomboys that exist. Oh, God forbid.
Anybody.
Let me interject here to say
Whoa!
this.
Kyle's big-ass head.
All of the research that I've done on detransitioning, I've seen numbers as low as there's a 1% detransition rate for trans people, and I've seen numbers as high as 12%.
I think the average is about like 2%, if I remember correctly. It's like 1 to 2%. I think that's the average. And like the 12% statistic, I think, is mainly like due to conservative, like, leaning data and shit, mainly because of the hyperinflated idea of, like, you know, some trans people detransitioning but retransitioning later on. So it's like it's counting those type of instances as well, where, you know, there's, like, you know, trans people, whether due to the lack of gender affirming healthcare available, or, you know, social acceptance or whatever the hell, but then, you know, retransition later on. like, it's counting the previous part of that. Like, just to take a random, assumption with this. Because, like, I mean, on average, when it comes to trans folk that at least, have totally detransitioned or do, commit to that, like, like, when you actually look at that data, it's more about, like, 1 to 2%. Right, because there are a lot of trans people that do have, detransition cases and shit, but it's usually a temporary thing due to our healthcare system and social acceptance. So, I wonder what seems to be a problem with that. So it's just like, I mean, a lot of trans folk, tend to have, those instances mainly because of the lack of acceptance or accessibility to healthcare. So that's really broadly, like, kind of the main thing why, there's, that, higher number.
That's the range of what I've seen. So when he says 80%, basically, of trans kids just end up becoming gay.
And the thing is, though, like, also, like, being pro-trans and, like, having, like, trans acceptance also means that, like, hey, it's okay and it's fine if you decide to detransition. Like, I mean, that's also, like, another thing. Like, I mean, like, this idea that, like, if you're LGBTQ or something, or especially trans, that, like, detransitioning is, like, somehow, like, a bad thing. Like, the whole idea is, like, being really fundamentally, like, having the options and accessibility, to, like, really fundamentally, understand and self-actualize your identity and who you are. And, if you feel like, hey, maybe I'm actually trans, potentially, and you go through some of that procedure, but then over time realize, actually, this isn't really me. Like, I realized that actually I'm probably something else a little bit, and I, and I don't entirely, fit with this, so I'm gonna detransition and, kind of find a little bit more where I'm actually at. I mean, it's like, that's okay. Because it's all about, fundamentally trying to find your identity and who the fuck you are as a person. And some people might transition and shit, or at least, to some extent, might do some HRT, stuff like that, but then realize that, it ain't entirely me. It's not 100% for me. And then, and say that, like, well, I guess I'm, like, let's say, like, hypothetically, let's say there's, like, someone who thinks that, they're a trans female and they're born a male. And, they go through some of the process, from, like, 15 to, like, 18, let's say. And they have the option to do some surgeries, but at that point, they're starting to realize, like, it's not really totally 100% for me. And they decide to go for the detransition process and realize that I'm actually kind of more of just a very flamboyant, basically a femboy, essentially. Just a very flamboyant, feminine type of male. That's kind of how I feel. It's like, and they kind of realize that that's who they are. I mean, that's fine, and that's totally okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about that, at least especially in this hypothetical scenario, like, that femboy finding out and actualizing themselves and realizing that that's who I am. I mean, sometimes, I mean, part of, that, like, experience or, coming to, actualization of that, sometimes, that journey, comes with, maybe at least to some extent, exploring the idea of transitioning a little bit. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, also, there's plenty of, like, cis forms of HRT and shit. You got, like, Joe Rogan who takes, like, testosterone replacement therapy and shit. I mean, it's like, it's not even a abnormal thing for, like, cis people to do. So, I mean, it's like, it's just, like, a thing that's around, and, like, it's always been a thing. But now, because trans people have, at least more of an ability to be like, have access to it and are more normalized in society, at least, to a certain extent, suddenly it's just, like, some big problem and, hoopla, and just, like, some abhorrent sin that it fucking exists. It's like, good lord. Tried to address a couple times and felt absolutely nothing for it to clarify. Well, as for me, I kind of do a little bit, I will admit, but I mean, I do have, I've stated it before, I do kind of have, like, a little bit of a feminine side to me. I mean, it's like, I mean, I definitely got a little bit of a femboy, twinkish side of myself. I mean, it doesn't really come out a lot, but, it's there, so, I mean, honestly, I kind of, will throw it out every now and then, too, and shit. I mean, honestly, like, sometimes, just the way my voice, carries itself. I mean, sometimes it'll be like that. Because sometimes I'll be a little like this and shit and be a little sassy bitch.
If that was the case, I think you'd see a much, much higher detransition rate. In fact, in a lot of detransition cases, they say the only reason that I did it is because I didn't have the financial means to go all the way.
As in, lack of proper accessibility to healthcare. And also, a problem with the lack of, addressal when it comes to wages and labor, too.
So again, you see one...
I don't even know who I am. Well, I mean, the thing is, though, it's like... I mean, sometimes it takes a while to, figure that shit out. I mean, it really does sometimes. I mean, I don't absolutely 100% know who I am in totality. I have a good idea, about who I am and shit as a person. But there's definitely plenty of things about myself that I've, either have yet to explore or have not really been explored yet, just because it hasn't, happened. So, I mean, honestly, I mean, there's definitely plenty of things about myself that I don't totally know who I am yet, so to speak. I mean, dude, that's not really, a problem. I mean, everyone's got, their own, like, time frame about, when it comes to, like, figuring themselves out. And honestly, sometimes it really do take a while. Some people don't really totally figure it out until later in their age. I mean, but, hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. We all got our own fucking journey with this shit.
To 12% at the max level. Again, depends on what research, you look at, and there's a range there. Right? But the overwhelming majority of trans people do not regret it. And by the way, this is not something you do casually. It's not a 7-year-old doesn't wake up on a random Tuesday and say, "Daddy, can I please chop off my dick and balls?"
Hey, fucking Kyle. Kyle, damn it, what the hell? Daddy, can I chop my dick and balls out, please? What the fuck, Kyle? God damn it.
And if you believe that, your brain has been poisoned by internet discourse.
And fascistic, influence and propaganda. Especially when it comes to that.
Some willy-nilly, casual-ass thing that people do. And by the way, to the extent anybody does it in a quote-unquote casual way, those are going to be the people who just dress as the opposite sex and pretend for a little bit and then say, all right, you know what, I'm done, I have my phase, I'll get out of this. Those are not the people who are going to try to take any sort of surgical approach. So...
And I don't even think those type of people exist as shit. Outside of, like, I guess Steven Crowder, maybe. But that guy ain't going for a fucking face. He does that, like, I mean, he would basically be going for that face, like, every week, at least for, like, a few hours. So...
If he's right, the detransition rate would be phenomenally higher than what it is. So it makes me very skeptical of such a claim.
80% of the kids who are being transformed...
Transformers... Trans and in disguise.
surgically are gay. And so if there's a genocide, so to speak, and there isn't, but if there's a case of mass abuse of the gay community, the most egregious examples of those...
A lot of that abuse would probably be for fucking weirdo worms like you. And also fucking, pieces of shit, like who are into churches who do gay conversion therapy and abuse, queer folk and push a lot of homophobic nonsense and stuff. Like, I imagine they're the ones who are doing more abuse to the queer community than anything else, but,
That mass abuse is occurring at the hands of the trans activists.
I mean, oh my god. Dude, this guy is really looking worse for wear. Like, I mean, he just looks like a fucking weird homeless man that someone decided to, like, clean up a little bit, but forgot to, like, clean up his face.
Heterosexual monogamists. I think the gay community was a hell of a lot better off when they were oppressed by the heterosexual monogamists than when they are allied with the trans activists.
Jesus! Kyle! Goddamn! But, so basically go back to the 70s and 80s, huh? Well, I guess Stonewall would be happening a lot more often now, wouldn't it?
gays were better off being oppressed by heterosexual monogamists.
The heterosexual monogamists must, oppress, the queer, for they are transing your children.
As
What a
opposed
psycho.
to allying themselves with trans people. They were, let me repeat that. They were better off being oppressed by heterosexual monogamists.
So basically just like, forced literally right into the closet and shit. Fucking potential fucking lynch for being queer and stuff. Just like that type of shit.
My word for it.
Because why not?
The most egregious examples of that mass abuse is occurring at the hands of the trans activists, not the heterosexual monogamists. I think the gay community was a hell of a lot better off when they were oppressed by the heterosexual monogamists than when they are allied with the trans activists.
Look at the way that he's thinking.
It's like, man, I can think of definitely plenty of different ways to oppress a motherfucker like that.
He just gave you what's called a false dichotomy. He just gave you a binary where there is none. Gays are better off being oppressed.
Has sundown since he got out of his Russian coma. Not only has his sundown, his brain is literally fucking broken and rotten, and literally like a lot of his brain cells and like neurological pathways died while he was in that coma, dude. Like, he's just an unhinged fucking weirdo and just like detached from fucking reality. Like, he's just an insane psycho.
By heterosexual...
Should there be a Jordan Peterson Electric Boogaloo gauntlet? Jordan Peterson 2 Electric Boogaloo for DFF? I think they need to tap back into the JP.
You think so, Jordan? You want to ask gay people what they think about that? Do you think they prefer any kind of oppression whatsoever?
No. There's the thing called queer liberation and yearning for liberation for us to just exist and be normal, so... Yeah, I don't know. The idea of being oppressed is not exactly, on my mind. Especially, I'm not gay, but I am bi and I like dick a lot, so... I lean more that way than anything else, so, I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Makes me think about that Nazi scum fuck, knowing that me being autistic and overt trade unionist, anarcho fucking commie lefty fuck and shit, and also being bisexual and a queer man and stuff. It's like, yeah, I'd literally be next to the Jew, when it comes to these fucking Nazis, being up against a firing squad and shit by these fucks. And yet, it's like, I wonder why, it's like, it's like, I wonder what the thoughts are, of, queer folks when it comes to shit like this.
This really puts into perspective a lot of the older clips of Jordan Peterson, and you can go look for them yourself. You've seen them. For a very, very long time, he really liked to bob and weave and dance around the question of whether or not he supported gay marriage. It was quite yikesy. It was a little bit like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. And then in recent years, he's come to, well, I guess I'll accept it as long as gays realize they're striving to try to get to the ideal of one man, one woman. This is what he's up.
Which is just also fucking unhinged. Like, no gay person is, thinking about that. Not even, bisexual people are inherently thinking about shit like that. It's like, this idea of they just yearn for this. It's like, no, they don't. They yearn for either the dick or the pussy, depending on, if they're a man or a woman. Or both, because they're bi, and don't really give much of a fuck about settling down, so to speak. Or if they do, they don't really care one way or another who they settle down with, or they want to settle down with the same fucking sex that they were attracted to. So, even then, that doesn't stop them from having kids. There's a thing called adoption or fertilization and shit like that. So, my God.
This is what he said. So it can't just be that gay marriage is a good thing in and of itself. For freedom reasons, for liberty reasons, for happiness reasons. Can't be that for justice reasons, for equal protection under the law reasons. No. maybe, I guess,
just this, insecure yearning for being with a man or a woman. I need to take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. We'll just have Kyle just like worship, just like look like he's worshiping you, just like, lol. I'll be right back.
Well, we yearn for the idea to be with the woman that we truly yearn for, because as the gay and the queer, we yearn for, because I'm Jordan Peterson. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. You sons of bitches.
But Kyle makes that face when he nuts. That's the face when he nuts. Right on, Crystal, dude. And he says, "Oh, up yours, woke moralists. Oh yeah."
It's sort of like he was pushed to even this position by the social and cultural zeitgeist. Got him here. Okay, all right. And where he talks with Dave Rubin, he goes, I guess as long as you acknowledge that your marriage is kind of inferior and the ideal is one man, one woman, then maybe. But every now and then he lets the mask slip and you know what he really is. Gays are better off oppressed. You're better off oppressed than allying yourselves with trans people.
Because if anything, I mean, it shows how much of a fucking fascist it really is. Hey!
This obsession of the right, I don't think they realize how bizarre they look to normal people. I don't think they realize it. Have you seen polls on gay acceptance and gay marriage? Have you seen it? It's something like 70% of the country now is in favor of gay marriage.
I mean, it is the majority of the country and shit. But, I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't really know if we need to see too much else. I mean, pretty much got for the entire clip at this point. We saw the meat. This is a court case weird, so companies can sue units to recover money lost now. Yeah, it's a fucking... It's not just weird, it's literally like a two-pronged fucking gut punch. To lose company money. Yes, that's literally the fucking point.
Take a guess. How much do you think the steak cost?
Shut up. Raylan Johnson, shut up. I love you, but shut up. But anyway, like, I mean, basically it's like a two-pronged approach. Like, the idea is that, like, Supreme Court ruled that essentially it's like, hey, the precedent can be said that, like, companies can essentially take, you know, these labor disputes, essentially, or these disputes on strikes, you know, to the state, you know, to the state courts, instead of via the NLRB. Where the NLRB would basically, you know, at least concurrently be a little bit more in favor of workers and shit than not right now. And, yeah, at least, you know, given the administration, like, it's literally the only thing worth the fuck out of it right now. And, you know, because at least it's a little bit more predominantly in favor of workers and shit. And because of that, you know, now, like, I mean, not only is the NLRB, like, gutted to a certain extent, you know, where, you know, they aren't going to be able to have as many cases, you know, to review with this type of shit. But also, like, it's a gut punch to the union stuff, because when it comes to the strike, they're basically, you know, forced to essentially, you know, like, go for, you know, these different court trials, where their, you know, finances and a lot of, you know, things that normally would go into things like strike funds and shit, are going to go immediately into having to, like, you know, pay off, you know, court fees and all this other shit. So it's basically a way to try to, like, you know, minimize and try to, like, hasten, you know, the busting of strikes, and also, you know, try to gut the NLRB too, indirectly. Like, it's really kind of a two-pronged fucking hit. Is that back? Because state courts, yeah. I mean, maybe for some, like, courts, depending on the state, you know, might fare a little better. But it just depends on the state, and most states are not going to be in favor of workers. Like, maybe Oregon and Washington, and maybe, like, I don't know, like, some New England states. But beyond that, like that, it ain't gonna be good. It won't be good. It's just like a way to kind of indirectly bust unions. It's just like another fucking weasel fucking manipulative trick that, you know, companies and government will do to try to bust unions. Having some more than sheer stress you have me swinging you, dude. Like, man, this summer is gonna be fucked. And I also found out the new seasons that's going to be opening up got delayed. So it's going to be opening up around, like, in fucking February 2024. So my initial plan for later this year to get out is prolonged a little bit. And frankly, you know what? I don't even know if I'm going to wait about... I'm not even going to wait about that, honestly. Like, because one of the kids that's, like, going for college right now and has some part-time, like, he's going to leave soon eventually. We already lost one of them going for college because he's mostly a pool maintenance dude. Like, he would do that during the summer. But now that he's an adult, he went back to that job because it's a lot more lucrative, pays better. And also, he can maintain pools in other areas as well that is managed by the same company that he's working for with that. And also can actually get expanded into other different types of trades, basically. At least expand into the whole, like, you know, trade in a way. To where he can actually get into more things and into more, like, you know, like, career paths, so to speak, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. So he's, you know, like, if anything, you know, he's got a, you know, good thing going for him. And then also, like, you know, there was my coworker who was MIA who, you know, finally came back around and shit after the fucking bullshit he was going through. But because, you know, he was gone for like 2 weeks, he was automatically terminated, but isn't necessarily overtly fired. Like, he could probably get his job back, and, you know, at least in the short term, he might come back a little bit. But, like, and then there's also one of my other coworkers and one of my other friends who's going to move to Eugene, move in with some of his buddies, because he's moved out of his parents' place now, and he's going to get a job over there. So it's just like, basically, like, my department in itself is going to be basically down to almost goddamn nobody. And it's like, man, yeah, because initially a lot of us were thinking about the whole new seasons thing. But I didn't realize it was delayed, so at least for me, I'm still going to try to stick with that. But I'm gonna at least try to contact my rep and be like, hey, I want to kind of know more about trying to help unionize stores, stuff like that, because I want to still be part of the union and shit, at least, when it comes to, like, being kind of in the inner levels, so to speak, with it. But I also want to use that as a way to kind of help, the NSLU, when it comes to unionizing their store and work for them for a little bit. So I'm gonna, next time I see my rep, I'm gonna try to tell her about that, because I tried to last time, but she was more like prioritizing about trying to get me to be a shopster / fix my wages and shit like that. So she I kind of got cut off a little bit about that. I was like, okay, well, you know what, I'll put a pin on it anyway, because I mean, I still got time for it, especially considering it's delayed anyway. I told a conservative complaining about immigrants getting welfare on Facebook, shut up, wage slave, get back to work, my disability ain't gonna generate stuff. He got so mad, called me some heinous stuff, Lamau. Well, yeah, if you're gonna call anyone, that type of shit, tell it to them. Tell it to the conservatives. Like, I'm okay with that. But, I mean, because the thing is, maybe it might fucking, like, light a log in their ass about their fucking conditions, and realize that they're getting fucked a little bit. Maybe, maybe it might be an indirect way to light a log in their ass, maybe see the light, at least in labor. It's like, wait, I am a wage slave, god damn it. Yeah, I need to get paid better, what the fuck? It's like, maybe like, some of them might, see that and shit. Maybe that's why I got so mad. It's like, god damn it, just got it right. Oh my god, dude. My line was, what should you get free money when I don't? And the thing is, funny enough, that guy probably could. I don't know what his income level is, but he probably could get something like food stamps. He could probably get some shit. And honestly, if he decided to retire early on, like, unironically, you probably could get, like, a decent, alright pension or something. Or, Social Security. Like, honestly, it's like, what's funny is, like, he could. And if anything, it would actually probably help him, at least to some extent, like, fucking, like, food stamps, like, that would probably actually unironically help him. But, nope. But it honestly also depends on what his income level is. If he does actually make a decent amount of money, then he probably doesn't qualify for it. But, if he is a wage slave, though, then he would. Qualify for food stamps now? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Ugh, don't, no. Ugh. Ugh. You know what, here? What are little things going on? Let's see what little fun things are on the tube. It's actually just 40. And even then, ugh. Boo. Here. Oh. Man, is there really not much on tube? Did we just basically explore, like, pretty much, like, everything here? I think we did. Boo. At least, everything that is, like, somewhat kind of, like, worth checking out. Everything else is just, like, meh. Meh. You know what? Reddit. Let's see what's on, like, Public Freakout and shit like that. There's always going to be some weird shit going on there, right? Let's see. Let's see here. It's been since Republicans to harp on until 2030. Well, I mean, like, dude, there's always, you know, something, you know, for Republicans to complain about when it comes to homeless. Wait, what was this? The lawsuit is going to be insane. Property manager sprays a tenant with pepper spray. Oh, boy, there's definitely going to be a lawsuit for sure. And this landlord needs to get fucked.
I just want to say for the record, I'm not saying UIP did, but if you took the signs down about us forming a tenant association, that's illegal. I sent you an email with the notice as well as the regulation. So I'm not saying you did, but they are going back up, and we will be forming a tenant association. And so that way, no, I just want to document.
You already emailed us. You already emailed us, so you can just leave the office.
I just want to document.
You already know.
And just so you know, this is Dexter Clemens, and he is the most unpleasant officer.
Dude, what a fucking piece of god, dude. Oh my god. You know, I wonder what is the quickest and most efficient way to make a gillet. Oh, wait, I can't actually talk about that. But, you know, and this is kind of a thought that I was thinking about. And also how much Mao was right as well. I mean, I'm starting to have some thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I heard your email, blah, blah, it's like, fuck you, you tenant piece of shit. Like, just give me my, you know what? It's like, what a fucking scumbag, parasitical fucking rat bag son of a bitch. What a fucking worthless scum, dude. Oh, like the cops are gonna help you, unfortunately. Well, maybe they honestly kind of will. Maybe. I don't know. Doubt it. Well, what this man thought would happen if he just decided to persuade a non-violent tenant who's clearly recording him. Oh, you know, just a fat lawsuit and, you know, maybe getting mowed, potentially. Getting chairman mowed. Potentially, yeah. A woman followed by a man gets help from a bystander. Oh, but what about you just being a white knight, man? Don't be a white knight. This is a quick situation, man. I hate the idea that being a quote-unquote white knight is, like, a bad thing. Because here's like an example of it actually being a good thing. So, you know, being a white knight is, like, unironically not a bad thing. So, as far as I'm concerned. I know some man followed me for quite some time, so I pulled out my phone to record in case anything happened. Okay. Let's see what we've got going on here. Well, we got about like 2 minutes here. Let's see. Saying white is good. Write this! Oh my god. Misogynistic. Oh my god, see, well now you're proving my point. Like, oh what, a woman can't fend for herself? Like, you have to white knight for, like, this is my point proven. Like, obviously you have a woman who felt threatened by a man following her and shit. A bystander came to help, you know, and she obviously, you know, to some extent, you know, felt thankful, you know, obviously. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, what the fuck? Simp detective. Oh my god, you're just trolling me. Grab my pepper spray from my bag at this point in case he starts walking faster. I want to see if she, like, turns the camera around. Every time I stop walking, he would stop, but then walk by as if I wasn't. Okay. I noticed the other man, let's just call him Joe, with his dog across the street who started to take notice. So we got good old average Joe. Okay. Oh my god, he's crossing the street. So we got our fucking weirdo here. We got our stalker. Dude, he recognized that she would cross the street, and now he's crossing over at the crosswalk. Dude, oh, dude, this guy's a fucking creep. This guy is following her. Like, he actually is. Dude, what the fuck? Is he, like, actually walking up to her? Dude, this is, like, fucking weird. He is, like, staring right at her, too. A lot of guys have Joe at this point and decided to get verbal because this man's way too... Yeah, dude, he's literally staring at her and walking up to her. And has been following her for some time. Like, okay, I just noticed that that house over there literally has a hedge as a wall. That's actually kind of cool. But I'm just saying. But like, you know, back to the point though, it's like you got this fucking freak who's overtly trying to like follow this woman, and she's about to get verbal because obviously, you know, he's like looking right at her, fucking walking up to her and everything.
Are you following me? Can you stop? Yeah, what the fuck? Can you stop following me? Okay, this is scary as fuck.
He's just in the middle of the road. Like, I mean, at this point, it's just fucking obvious. Like, why are you in the middle of the road? Like, I mean, if you wanted to look innocuous, you would have just been on the fucking other side of the road, just kept walking and mind your business. If you wanted to, like, look inconspicuous. Or just walk across the crosswalk and just be like, are you following me? No, I'm just, you know, having to go over here and go to this shop that's over here. Or some shit. You could have just been innocuous about it, but, you know what, good thing he's not fucking smart and being a dumbass fucking freako, harassing, retarded, misogynist pig. Good thing he's an idiot. Don't do anything at all to make a woman come. Well, sure. But, I mean, the thing is, though, this is, right here, though, is a legitimate example of, you know, a woman being uncomfortable. I mean, the thing is, like, I've been, you know, especially recently, I've been in areas where, obviously, there's women. And, you know, there's a lot of, like, you know, people around and, you know, a lot of, you know, public shit happening. And plus, you know, there's women around here that walk around all the time, usually with their dogs or with their friends or even by themselves around here and stuff, too. And, like, I mean, like, just on the virtue that, you know, you happen to be walking on the same street and stuff isn't a problem. But, like, obviously, you know, but, like, you know, when you got this guy who's overtly trying to follow somebody, that's when it's a problem, and obviously you're making her uncomfortable and shit. And this is just one example. Like, I mean, there are times where, like, you know, women do get uncomfortable about some shit. And honestly, sometimes, like, there are situations where, like, you know, that isn't necessarily the case that's happening and stuff. And yeah, like, I mean, you know, like, there's some stuff that, you know, frankly can be misconstrued. For sure. But this is obviously a clear-cut example of that not being the case. You know, it's like, you know, like, it's just way too obvious. Like, this guy is obviously following her, like, you know, being so close to the point where he's, like, even getting up close and personal with this guy with his dog. To make sure women don't get scared, your fears, responses to your problem, just because I don't look like the hottest guy. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, sure, but doesn't mean I'm automatically gonna say, well, yeah, sure. But the thing is, this guy doesn't exactly look ugly, per se. He's just being a fucking weirdo and a creep and a harasser. I mean, it's just like, just on, you know, just like hanging out with somebody or being in a public area or like talking with women and shit like that. And like, that's not a like, there's no, like, no one's saying that that's a problem. Like, I mean, you know, and honestly, if there's like an element about one being uncomfortable and shit, you know, it's like, at least to some extent, because of human communication and respect, I mean, they should just, you know, be verbal about it and be communicative. Be like, hey, that personally makes me uncomfortable. Can you please don't do that? You know, and it's like, as long as you're chill and respectful, be like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, don't mean to do that, and just move on, then there's no problems. You know, it's like, as far as I'm aware, you know, or as far as I'm concerned, there really shouldn't be any problems as long as there's communication and acknowledgement and understanding about that type of stuff, and at least a mutual respect. I mean, you know, it's like, because I've had plenty of situations where, you know, even if I've accidentally, like, misgendered people, or if I personally, you know, I have legitimately, unintentionally made people uncomfortable, and I went, oh, I apologize and stuff, and, you know, yeah, I do kind of feel bad about it, and I kind of feel a little weird with it and shit sometimes, because I'm like, oh, shit, okay, what was I doing wrong? But I think about it, and, you know, after a certain amount of time, I fucking get over it at a certain point. And realize, like, okay, you know, just don't do that. You know, like when it came to, like, how I made, yeah, at least, you know, some people uncomfortable. And frankly, sometimes I can recognize, too, where someone being uncomfortable from what I was doing isn't even a problem. Like, at least for what I was doing. They're just really overtly super sensitive about some shit, and, you know, maybe they got their reasoning as to why. You know, I'm not going to absolutely fault them for it. But, you know, some normal, casual thing that, you know, I might do, you know, or anyone else might do, that is, you know, mostly kind of I guess, like a normalized thing, so to speak, you know, is suddenly, like, you know, a big problem, you know, and, you know, to a certain extent, it's just like, well, that's kind of a you issue, and you should have at least communicated with that with me, and just be like, hey, what the hell, you know, it's like, hey, just at least don't do that, you know, but, I mean, you know, it just depends on the person. I mean, but that's the thing, though, at the end of the day, one thing I'm emphasizing, though, is communication. It's like, just communicate this shit. I mean, that's all really, you know, comes down to. Where incels just run at women they've made uncomfortable, also extremely cringe on Hinge. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we've definitely looked at different videos. I mean, there's honestly, like, infamous, you know, videos of incels being overtly fucking freaks. Like, legit. I mean, because honestly, I mean, I do think there's at least, you know, some sort of, like, middle ground to, like, both sides, so to speak, about this. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, on one hand, you don't want to, like, overthink the idea about making someone uncomfortable, but at the same time, like, you know, if someone is uncomfortable, like, you should recognize that and, you know, communicate and recognize and acknowledge, like, hey, alright, you know, I recognize that I'm doing that, let me, you know, check myself. I mean, it's like, I mean, because, like I said, I think it all just comes down to communication. At least when it comes to genuine, like, attempts to, like, have conversations or mingle with people and stuff. I mean, you get people like this guy right here, you know, to kind of bring him back to this video. Like, you got people like this dude who are legitimately, you know, for whatever reason, whether drugs, mental health, or because they think they could just get away with it, or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, they got, you know, some issues that are going on that, you know, what we're talking about doesn't click with them. Like, they don't give a shit.
He like literally followed me down the block.
Oh yeah, he's definitely doing it now too.
Yeah, and also, I guess he said something, but he's also, like, looking back and, you know, trying to see if he can get a chance to turn around.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No.
Oh my gosh, my heart is pounding. I know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the problem, and, like, I think another thing, too, at least when it comes to, like, you know, women that might, you know, feel, like, uncomfortable about certain shit, or maybe kind of feel a little, like, a sense of, like, you know, being weirded out or paranoid about some shit, like, it's because of stuff like this. Because you have genuine cases and real instances of weird fucking crazy creepy shit like this happening. And it's, yeah, I mean, honestly, in a way, there is legit, like, you know, trauma that comes from that. I mean, like, honestly. I mean, you know, we as men don't necessarily, you know, like, understand that as much, you know, frankly. I mean, at least to the same extent, we definitely don't. Like, I mean, legit. I mean, if there's at least, you know, one thing, you know, that is something that, you know, men won't be able to understand, frankly, it's definitely that. At least nowhere near to the same level. Just because, like, I mean, I've never felt like I've been stalked like that before. I've definitely felt like I've been stalked because someone wanted to try to see if they could size up a mark, you know, to maybe mug or something. You know, like, late at night, you know, as I'm going home or some shit. You know, but, like, I even felt like that with fucking cops, you know, with the feds, you know, back when the Fed marshals were in, when Trump sicked them out into Portland, way back in, like, 2020. So it's like, I mean, even then, it's kind of like I was sized up by those fuckers. So I've felt it even with those bitches. So it's just like, I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen, but it's like, you know, women feel this, you know, definitely, you know, more so to an extent. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, it's like on one hand, like, yeah, like, I mean, does it happen to, like, you know, all the time? Well, sure, yeah, no, it doesn't. You know, it's like, but the fact that it does, though, and, you know, it is something that, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Back up. And it's like something that women do kind of have to predominantly, fear more so. It's like, I mean, it's something that is understandable. I mean, and like, I get why, women might feel the way they do when it comes to shit like that. Because, I mean, especially when it comes to, like, weird-ass incels who are, like, even way more unhinged than, people like him and stuff like that. I mean, it's definitely, it's understandable to me. And I think, it fuels a lot of, that, broader issue when it comes to, like, when it comes to relationships or loneliness and all sort of stuff. Like, I think, it's something that I think, people don't really necessarily realize plays a role. Is the fact that this type of shit happens and it fuels the reciprocal cycle in a way. Sansa's ever seen the what the fuck? What did I do to you? What the fuck? What did I ever do to you? Oh, racist TikTokers play Cracker Boy prank on a man in Walmart, finds out they mess with the wrong guy and he gets put in his place. These guys are literally pretending to be fucking plantation owners. Oh my god.
You hear me them there playing cards there, Cracker Boy? You be quiet, hear me. Ma'am, I just need him to Hamilton now. Why? Because I see it, so boy.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are, boy? Stevie, don't start.
What's wrong with him? You take this shit?
No, don't start.
What is this? Man, I'm gonna whine and you gonna try me in here?
Get out the banjo for this one. Oh my god. The southern, like, twang going on this shit. Oh my lord.
Why you want to try man. I'm gonna bother for fight now. I'm never feeling like this. You're not gonna fuck with me, man. I'm a YouTube. This is I don't do YouTube. I don't fucking text or nothing. So you picking on the right white boy, y'all motherfuckers on shit. Bombing out.
I like how he just, like, politely took the glasses back that he dropped.
I ain't no coward. You think you can take me? Yeah. Let's stop back in the building while I don't go to jail. Come on. Follow me. Come on.
Oh my.
I've been tagged your ass 6 times by now.
What the fuck? What's that even mean?
Talking shit walking up on me. It's fuck a prank. Y'all gonna get fucking hurt walking up on somebody one day.
Fuck a prank. I mean, no shit. The idea of a prank died. There ain't no such a thing as a prank anymore. I mean, this is more proof. Like, I mean, these fucking weird racist fucking wackos are just like, walking up to this dude, trying to pretend to be a fucking weird racist plantation owners and shit. Like, I've seen these guys before. This is literally their shtick. And, like, I mean, they've walked up to, to black people pretending that, like, they're slaves and shit, and walk up to white people like this, and being, like, basically, like, cracker boys and shit because they're not, like, plantation owner white, extravagance, like, hey, it's, whatever the fuck. Like, he does this shit. Like, I mean, this fucker right here, is literally known for doing these stupid fucking pranks like this, and gets up in his stupid fucking shtick every time. Like, I mean, this piece of shit does this type of stuff, and goddamn, like, I wish, our old man over here would have fucking, put him in his place in a sense, fucking, put a fist in his fucking mouth. It sounds like he wants to, but he just wants to do it outside so he ain't, trespassed and banned from the place.
That bad too? What you gonna tell me? Y'all walking up on I need your husband to give me them cards right now.
I need your husband to give me oh my god. Oh damn. It's calling him fucking gay.
Yeah. You good, boy? You have a good day. Boy, yeah, I got you, boy. Come on down, man. Come on.
Oh my god, what a bunch of chuckle fucking morons. Man, I kind of wish he didn't have, like, one iota of fuck and had a couple, like, yanglings in him and just, like, just like, schmack, dude. I quote, prankster looked 40. Jesus, grow up, dude. No shit, dude. That guy did look like 40. What a loser, bro. Like, if you ever feel bad about your life, know that there's like some middle-aged 40-plus-year-old fucking loser fucking bitch, you know, racist honky tonk fuck, doing, you know, like plantation owner pranks, you know, out there. Just know that guy exists. And know that no matter what, your existence quantifies, like, fundamentally better than anything that guy could be. So, my God. Wow. What a fuck. Karen doesn't realize she's complaining that her sandwich was made correctly. How in the fuck? Huh?
This Karen that came in and yelled at us for her own stupidness.
So I actually pulled in somebody else's driveway, opened up the food. Well, if you screw up on it, she asked me if I wanted cheese. I said,
You made your sandwich.
what?
You made it. But she already ate
You
it.
asked me, remember you asked if I wanted pepper jack cheese. And then you were busy making somebody else's sandwich. And then I said, is my sandwich even done yet? And then she reached over and took the ham.
Ma'am, there is cheese on it. There is cheese under the ham.
There's no cheese under that ham.
There's cheese under the ham.
Oh my God, this cunt is literally doing... Oh my God, I'm having PTSD already, dude. Oh my God. This cunt, this Karen, she's not doing it in a way that is like vitriolic like I have before. But oh my God, I have definitely had customers be like this before, dude. Oh my God. We're like, did you put that in there? Wait, you don't have that in there. And I'm like, yeah, I do. I literally put it in there. Like, I literally grabbed it with the... Like, did you not see that? Where you're not looking in the hot case or seeing me make your sandwich or, like, me... Did you not see that? Like, I know we have a counter. I know, you know, it's kind of high up a little bit. But, hey, guess... You can still observe over the counter and see what I'm doing. You can still see that. And guess what? There's also glass displays so where you can see what I'm doing there, too. It's just like, I mean... Dude, these fucking weirdos that think like, nah, you didn't put that on there. Nah, you didn't actually put, you know, like, it's like, yeah, I literally did. Like, what drugs are you smoking or snorting or fucking inject? What are you doing? What? It's like, I literally did that. And I have to like physically show them sometimes to be like, it's literally there, right here. And luckily, I never have had so much vitriol to the point where I have a bitch like this being like, nah, and still denying it. But oh my God, bro, this is getting me like, I feel for these people. You know, I feel for the employees at the Subway. I can already tell this is literally a Subway. But, like, I feel for them. Like, I mean, because I've had to deal with this. Not, like, on this level, but, oh, my God. I've had to deal with Karens like this before for different reasons, but, oh, my God.
There's cheese under the ham. Exactly. There's cheese right there. It was good.
She literally just went, okay. And now she's like, burp, burp, burp. What are you going to do? Start picking at it like a bird? Like, you're hunched over like you're a fucking bird. Like, what is going on? Oh, my God. Like, do you have to hyper-analyze it and really get a close inspection to see if there's pepper jack in there? Like, I'm pretty sure there's pepper jack on your sandwich. Like, dude, oh, my God. I feel like I'm actually there right now. I actually do. Like, I am,
It just doesn't taste funny, but if there's cheese, then that's all I'm complaining about. So, it just didn't taste like it. You know, like I said.
It didn't taste like there. Wait, so she actually ate some of the sandwich, said there wasn't cheese on it, and made the employees, like, basically by proxy inspect it to show that there were cheese on the sandwich. And she's like, oh, but you know what? I guess it tasted funny. What are you fucking smoking, you crackhead bitch? Oh my God. What the fuck?
You were distracted. You were making two sandwiches at the same time. And then...
That's their job! What the fuck do you think they're Subway workers. Like, their whole job is to, like, you know, have different employees basically making different sandwiches for customers as they go down the line. Have you been to a Subway, you crone? Like, there's different workers on the line where you get your bread and, like, the first, you know, base, you know, like, which is usually, like, the meat and cheese. And then you get to the condiments, and then the sauce and stuff. There's usually, like, you know, 2 to 3, maybe depending on how big it is, maybe 4 people on that line. Like, they're going to be making multiple sandwiches for multiple people. You crazy bitch. It's a Subway. Like, what do you think? It is. Like, what, like... Oh my god, has she never been to a Subway before?
No, I get this to all the time. I just get this sandwich all the time. So, I know what something does. So, but I happen to be almost all the way home. And
Wait, so you get the sandwich... So you have been to a Subway. You get it all the time. So what's the problem now? What, did they not put enough pepper jack on it or something? Dude, I hate people like this. Dude, these are literally, like, these type of Karens, like, they literally just bitch, just to bitch. Like, they will literally complain about anything just for the sake of complaining. Because they just want to complain about something. They just have to find something to complain about. Like, this is just this lady right here. She's just one of those people that she has to find something to complain about. And today, this sandwich was, you know, the thing to complain about. Like, even though there was nothing to complain about the sandwich, it was literally, like, made to her specifications. My god. What the hell?
starving, but okay.
So, okay, well, I guess it was me the way it was. I'm just bitching just a bitch because I got nothing better to do in my life. My god, dude, what the hell? Oh my lord, man, what a weirdo. Legitimately, what a fucking weirdo. My god. Here, let's see. What other little fun things going on here? Wait, what's this? Heckler attempts to heckle a comedian. Comedian shuts it down. Karen's got what they really deserved. Okay. Let's check it out.
Karens have to ruin everything good. The next Karen gets what she deserves after wrongfully defending her son. The two of them tried attacking a comedian and booing his jokes. They didn't expect what was coming their way.
Wait, is it really a commentary? Like, I want to see the fucking actual, like, clip. Like, I don't want the commentary. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god, now she's hanging up on me. Wait, you're his mother, so you're the reason for his atrocious behavior? You never told him when all these teachers called you and said your kidneys to suck in class? You're like, it's okay, Jeffrey, you do whatever the you want.
Do you feel good now? How dare you? How dare you offend me and my precious child who literally has done nothing wrong? Like, oh my god, dude. I love this comedian. Get him, bro.
I feel like an appropriately raised individual because my mom had ethics.
Oh! Upset nonsense.
You got this upset with your children, and then this stuff wouldn't happen.
Damn, dude, he just like spit roasted her on an open fire, bro, and she was like getting hysterical over. Oh my god, that was great. Here's the thought: if you're easily offended, don't go to a comedy club. If you don't want to risk being material, don't heckle, shout, or if you can't do either, then don't attend. Duh. No shit. Man, that was great. That was fun. Here. Anything other random things? Mrs. Barrow gets called out and then doubles down. Oh my god. A racist fucking chuckle fuck who owns a bar? Do you not realize that you probably have a lot of people that, you know, go to your bar that are not white, bro?
Get the fuck out of my town. No way. Get the fuck out of my town. Get the fuck out of my town. Use my name again. You'll end up in a grave.
How many smokes do you smoke a day, bro?
My name again. You'll end up in a grave. You and all your friends. Just told you what I just said. Say it again. Turn around. Ain't saying shit, bro. You're gonna call me the N-word? I just called you the N-word. Why? Because you act like one.
If you called him
I'm
names.
gonna call Popo. Yes, please do.
It's probably your dad.
You're gonna fake phone call. After you call me the N-word, you're gonna make a fake phone
You're
call.
literally settings.
Yes, I have my phone. I'm not doing anything to you. Don't step on my foot. I'm sorry. That's assault.
He actually did step on his foot. What the fuck? Dude, like, is everyone literally drunk in this video? Like, even the bar owner sounds drunk. Like, obviously the people, you know, that are being, you know, harassed and, you know, fucking, like, you know, accused and whatever the fuck by this racist fuck. Like, they're definitely, you know, a little inebriated in a sense, but, I mean, whatever. They're fine. Like, they're just literally, you know, having some fun, you know, going, you know, to bar, probably having a couple drinks and just having the time of the night. And yet you got this racist fucking piece of shit who's like, oh, how dare you be black in my bar? I need to smoke like about 800 packs of cigarettes now. Cause my voice is so squeaky and never left beauty.
And that's assault. After calling me the N-word. That's assault. You're a fucking nigga. I'm a what? You're a nice guy.
Dare you?
You're a nice guy. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this guy could easily be punched and knocked out in one punch, dude. He's sloshed out enough if you just gave one good boom. Man, oh, dude, his head would, like, it would, like, make, like, a, you know, the sound of a basketball hitting the, you know, like, you know, like, the stadium and shit, like, you know, when it comes to the court. Like, you know how basketball makes a sound? It would be like a little bunk like that, dude. Like, I mean, his head would make a nice, good, hollow little boop. Like, that's what it deserves. Like, what a fucking rat bag, dude. He can't even say it out loud either. He's just like, he has to be like, yo. He has to, like, get up in his face and murmur it to him. But, like, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, oh, saying it out loud, it's like, oh, you're a nice guy. It's like, I mean, what a fucking pissant little rat bag piece of shit, dude. Man, these fucking racist motherfuckers, man. I really got a goddamn gear I can grind with them in their goddamn fucking mouth. Plenty of fucking shit I can do with that. I mean, what a... Like I said, at this point, I can't exactly say too much about how I really can fucking, you know, like, do some serious fucking damage to these pieces of shit, honestly. I mean, what fucking cretins. There. Hey, what the fuck? Hey. Get up, Papa Freakouts. See what little things going on the Reddit. Outside of the freakouts. Three little funny memes. Apply for a job, received this in an email, can it really force upon me? Wait, what? What is this? Oh, shirtless, blah blah blah. Our workplaces are strictly vegan? You do not have to be vegan away from work, but you do need to bring vegan lunch and have plant milks to eat on site and eat for lunch off site. Can you confirm that you're fine with this? What the fuck? No, dude, no company can enforce this. Like, that's illegal. Like, they can't enforce that. That's just bullshit. They literally can't enforce that at all. Like, what the hell? I mean, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen, honestly. Like, what the fuck? How does that even make sense? I mean, at that point, you might as well fucking, like, you know, just be like, you know, we only hire based off of, like, you know, like, certain religions. Like, you have to be Christian because we go do prayer circles, you know, all the time. You know, at noon, you know, everyone gets, like, a little lunch break, and before we do our lunch break, we have a prayer service. It's like, you might as well just be, you know, saying that as, like, a goddamn requirement. It's like, what the hell? It's like, good lord. Fucking weird, dude. How do we feel about pizza crimes? How do we feel about this guy selling pizzas out of his van on a lot? I mean, you know, he's got the oven. I mean, he has an oven. I mean, that oven looks like it's from, like, the fucking 80s. I mean, his pizza doesn't look that bad, honestly. I mean, it doesn't even look that bad, honestly. This is a crime? I mean, I guess? I mean, it doesn't look that bad, frankly. What's the comments say? A lot better than I feel about Pizza Narcs on Shakedown Street. A lot of Grateful Dead references on the show. Okay. Okay, whatever. I'm impressed he's able to run that oven out of his oven, so I'll give it a pass. Probably pretty delicious. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The oven obviously doesn't get up to adequate oven temperatures. The cheese barely looks cooked, and he used French bread instead of pizza dough. I commend his entrepreneurship. I want to buy it. Most definitely pizza rolls, and I might buy it depending on hunger, availability, choices, and competition. Oh my god, whatever. Fucking weirdo. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let me look at the cheese again. Why does that guy think the cheese isn't melted? That cheese looks melted. I mean, honestly, I'd buy a slice, personally. Like one of these pepperoni slices right here. I mean, you know, I honestly would... And you know what? Yeah, he used French bread, but so what? French bread works, you know, like, that works. I mean, what the fuck? I give it a pass. It's fine. I've seen worse. Little Caesars looks way worse than that, honestly. Like, that guy looks better than Little Caesars. And you know what? I'm willing to, you know, on that virtue alone, give it a pass. So. Karen, Safeway stores their cheap plastic water bottles in direct sunlight outside. Oh my god, yep, dude. Dude, our store does the same fucking thing sometimes. We actually haven't done it in a while, but dude, we've done this before. And guess what? Because it's in the sun, all that water gets dehydrated, so there's literally less water in the fucking bottles because of that. So, yeah, that's fucking great. Like I said, luckily my fucking store doesn't really do that anymore. At least not that I'm aware of. I haven't seen it. Now, I'm sure there's probably going to be sometime in the summer where they're going to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much the summary. I have no words how stupid this take is. What's the take? Okay, capital speaks. We have a few demands. Open the borders, free healthcare, based and based. Non-citizens can vote. Okay. Ban all hate speech, and what else? What else? What? So, you got, like, working class Joes saying, what else? And then Antifa's, like, looking at the billionaires and the rich monopolists and the capitalists and saying, what else? Because you evidently pay us, lol. So fucking stupid. I mean, it's basically the equivalent of just like, oh, well, it's just Soros and shit. It's like Soros is paying goddamn Antifa. Audacity. Wait, what's this? Customer just handed me a folded up 50 as a tip. I hate this place and I hate everyone. And damn. Disappointed. Jesus won't let you down. Oh my god! I hate this shit. It's like, here, let me give you a Jesus card. God provides us with things money can't. Go fuck off. I hate this shit. I've seen it before. I've never been tipped that personally, but I have seen it before. Such trash. I literally will, like, take a lighter and fucking light that shit right in front of them if I ever got that. Or rip it right in front of their fucking face. It's like, this isn't a tip. Fuck your god. I don't want that. Like, if you're gonna give me a tip, give me $5 or actually give me $50. Like, seriously. If you want to give me a tip, actually give me a fucking tip. Or take the tip. Fucking. Terrible Facebook memes. Android hate? This is like some weird ass fucking Apple supremacy. Hey, you got an Android charger. A what? Anybody got an Android charger I can borrow? I need to charge my Droid. Like, if you're such a weird IT Silicon Valley NIMBY wino fucking bitch that you suck the dick of Apple that much, you're a disappointment on society. Literally disappointment upon society if you suck the dick of Apple and simp for Apple that much. Oh my god. And also it implies that you're like, oh, I'm so rich and bushy because like I have Apple, which is so exclusive. It's like, oh my god. It proves the point even further. What are you, a peasant? What a peasant will serve. You have an Android. Proving the point. I'm bored. Aye, aye, aye. Reflex can be a matter of life and death in nature. Nature's fucking lit. Whoa. Damn. Hold up. Boom! Shaboom, dude. Damn. That is some fucking reflex, dude. Damn, son. That's dope. That's lit. It's like, oh, I'm prey? Oh, hell nah. I'm bouncy. Boing! Just bouncing. What the fuck? Hey, Wilkison, why do you always wear that mask? Okay, let's keep that on. So, being like a queer lefty progressive type and being, you know, like pro-accepting of queer people and somehow being a Nazi, that's just literal fucking projection. It's like, yeah, let's, like, you know, project the fact that we're Nazis by saying that our scapegoats are Nazis. You know, because that's basically the framework of how Nazis fucking work. They gotta deflect the fact that they're Nazis by saying that other shit is Nazi. Part of their manipulation tactics. think I might at least get this last little bowl smoked up, at least for the evening, huh? Let's go on for a decent little chunk of time. Had a little fun for the Reddits, and a little fun checking out some other sessions. Especially, like, the highlight I feel like was Mike Figueredo's, you know, video about transphobes freaking the fuck out over the fact that biology and fish and other life exists outside of their weird idea of biological essentialistic dimorphosis. You know, like, men and women is only biological, like, bullshit. Oh my god. That was the highlight for me. That shit is just too great. The fact that they're upset over the fact that there's, like, animals that, shocker, are not just, like, male, female, but can also, you know, be, you know, in other factors of the spectrum, such as, like, you know, the ability to transition or be hermaphroditical and have, you know, be intersex or, you know, all this other shit. It's like, wow, shocker. I'm not surprised that they're fucking offended beyond recognition over that. Who would have thunk? But anyway, I'll call it good for the rest of the evening. So, peace out. Of course, be back around for